and activists are trying to peacefully go over the bales to try and break into the farm to rescue these 2,000 beagles. There is a trench they have to go to that was dug in the last 2 weeks to try and stop citizens from going in and rescuing these beagles. Now, I just want to say that there have been animal organizations for the last year trying to negotiate with Ridglan Farms to purchase these beagles and find them loving homes. But Ridglan Farms has refused. They want to sell these beagles for thousands of dollars each and give and they have refused to give these animal organizations any kind of decent price for the dogs so they can be released. We've heard that the police have now used tear gas against these peaceful protesters. As you can see, they've stopped. They look like they are trying to protect themselves. We're now in the field. This is the south. Looks to me like it's the south field. And the protesters are in white. A lot of them, those are the protesters who were planning to go into the barns to actually rescue the beagles. Our footage has stopped for a second. So let me remind you all that there was a March 15th action where hundreds of people came to the facility peacefully, and we had told the authorities that we were coming to rescue the beagles. There were several hundred of us. We were able to get 31 beagles out. 8 beagles were returned to the facility, torn from activists' hands, and returned to this place of incredible cruelty. You're now seeing the front of Ridglan Farms here in Blue Mounds. You can see that Ridglan has also put up some concrete barriers to stop trucks from going through the front entrance. And as the camera zooms over to Ridglan Farms, you can see activists who have already gotten through the trench that's been had been dug, excuse me, and are trying to get across the hay bales into the farms. Police have deployed pepper spray and tear gas already on peaceful protesters, reportedly. And here you're seeing the road in front of Blue Mounds. These are peaceful activists who are planning to use those cars to remove the beagles from the facility and away to a safe house where they will find safe homes and forever homes. Now, for folks, I really urge you to please call the Sheriff's Department in Dane County. The number is 608-255-2345. Tell them that these beagles need to be removed immediately. There is criminal animal cruelty happening in here, and 3 Wisconsin state agencies have stated that and charged them with over 300 violations. I'm seeing some what looks like tear gas or pepper spray deployed from police as activists are outside the facility. That is the front the front driveway of the facility. If you're just joining us, you are watching the Ridglan Beagle Rescue. Thousands of activists coming to Blue Mounds, Wisconsin to rescue the 2,000 beagles that you can see are inside the facility behind there. Activists are getting arrested. They've been pepper sprayed. There's allegedly tear gas also. There are thousands of people who have come to Blue Mounds, Wisconsin to rescue these beagles. We're hearing that cops are, as you just saw, violently tackling peaceful protesters, tackling them to the ground and spraying pepper spray. Here are activists getting through the trench that was dug several weeks ago to try and protect Ridglan from these citizens who feel that we have a right to rescue these beagles because this facility has violated over 300 animal cruelty laws, including doing surgeries on these dogs in in the facility without anesthesia. The surgeries were done by vet techs, not veterans. There have been over a dozen arrests so far, including Wayne Shung, who has led this fight for the Ridglan Beagles since 2017, when he himself went into the facility and documented it. You can see that there are hay bales in front here. The facility has been trying to protect itself against peaceful activists who simply want to enforce the law because the authorities are not enforcing the law. This facility agreed to shut down on July 1st because of the so many animal cruelty violations that it was accused of violating. Three Wisconsin state regulatory bodies have filed charges against it, and to avoid criminal animal cruelty charges, Ridgeland Farms agreed to shut down July 1st, but the dogs were not removed. So until July 1st, this terrible place that has had over 300 violations of animal cruelty in the last couple years alone, and it's been open for 60 years, is still able to breed and sell beagles to research facilities. We've had reports of pepper spray, and you can see that the we are hearing reports that what we think are police are certainly perhaps security guards are pointing guns at these peaceful protesters who have been trained in nonviolence. We are here to simply remove the beagles. There has been pepper spray. There has been allegedly tear gas, and people have been thrown to the ground by armed officers and security guards. The roads around this facility have been blocked off, but as you can see, activists have been able to get in. A lot of them have not been able to get in, but we are seeing that they are just angry at the fact that Ridgeland Farms is, although it has been it has violated over 300 state regulatory animal cruelty laws in Wisconsin and agreed to avoid jail time and felony animal cruelty charges. It agreed to shut down July 1st, but the beagles remain inside, and thousands of people around the United States are just shocked that this is happening. And that is why there are peaceful citizens gathering this weekend to remove the dogs themselves. And what you're seeing here are the people in white are in bio gear. They were planning to go into the facility to remove the dogs. The cars there are there parked along the street to take the dogs to safe houses. I want to remind you that there was a March 15th rescue that happened here, an open rescue, meaning that we do not cover our faces. We are not ashamed of what we're doing. We believe what we're doing is right and legal. What we are doing is legal because the authorities have failed to act in the interest of the dogs, despite the fact that Ridgeland Farms here in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, has had over 311 violations of animal cruelty laws, which 308 of them have included doing surgery on dogs, removing their inner eyelids on dogs without anesthesia, over 300 violations of this. And there were no vets doing this. This was done by untrained techs. And it was for this reason that the lead veterinarian at Ridgeland Farms was forced to resign by unanimous county supervisor vote. So here is a drone footage of activists trying to go into the property of Ridgeland Farms. This is live footage from Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. You're watching the Ridgeland Farms Beagle rescue. Thousands of peaceful protesters, American citizens, coming into Blue Mounds, Wisconsin to try and rescue those dogs. And as you can see, Ridgeland Farms has put up a fortress. Looks like also there might be tear gas there, which has already been deployed earlier, or pepper spray. We've heard stories of pepper spray and activists being thrown to the ground. Now they are walking peacefully to the facility to try and get over through that trench and over the hay bales and then through the fence into the buildings, which house over 2,000 dogs. Now you can see that there are people on the property also. I do not know if they are security guards or if we've been able to get any activists inside. We will learn that shortly. But for right now, you are seeing live footage at Ridglan Farms. This is the northern side. That building right there is a research building. We are not breaching the research buildings. We are going into the nursery, the growing buildings, where that's their term, where they keep dogs sometimes for up to 7 years in cages, just so they can breed them and get more babies to sell to research labs. These are live footage of peaceful activists from all over the country walking up to Ridglan Farms. This is an open rescue. We do not hide our faces because we know that we are doing what is right. Morally right, but most importantly, legally right. This is a facility that has been forced to shut down by July 1st because of all its animal cruelty violations from the state of Wisconsin. However, it has been allowed to keep their 2,000 dogs inside this facility, continue to breed them in their nursery, continue to confine these dogs until July 1st, continue to sell them to research labs. Okay, so now we are at the west side of the property, and peaceful activists are walking around the hay bales and the trench. We're now looking at all of them flowing in from the road, walking in. Those cars, we are hoping, are cars that will be able to take out the 2,000 beagles, since authorities are refusing to protect them, despite the many, many violations that Ridglan Farms has incurred, and the fact that its lead veterinarian was forced to resign by unanimous vote from the Dane County Board of Supervisors because of all the animal cruelty violations. Yet the beagles remain in that facility. Please, if you feel as outraged as I do, please call the Dane County Sheriff's Office at 608-255-2345. We've already had dozens of arrests, including Wayne Shung, who was arrested as soon as he approached the property to try and negotiate with Ridglan Farms to please release these 2,000 beagles to us. And you're now seeing live footage of these activists walking peacefully towards the facility. Live footage from Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. This is a historic open rescue from animal activists and animal lovers all over the United States. This is a follow-up to the March 15th rescue just 5 weeks ago, where activists walked in peacefully and removed 31 dogs. 8 of those dogs were taken from our arms and returned to the facility. And so after that incident, which was filmed and watched, millions and millions of people saw this peaceful rescue of these beautiful beagles, and they are coming back to rescue them all. There are still over 2,000 beagles in this facility waiting to be rescued. They live in 2x4 cages. They live on wire. There is the surface that they are kept on, some for up to 7 years, is wire. They get infections in their paws. You can see that there are activists walking around to the back, to the south side of this facility. That is where there are fewer hay bales, and the trench stops after that body of water that you can see back there. That body of water is actually a body of manure. These factory farms have to have somewhere to put their animal waste because they confine these animals in such small places that it is absolutely very, very difficult to manage it and keep the place clean. I have been in these places, and they are filthy, absolutely filthy. These animals are kept in cages that are devoid of any kind of stimulation. We're seeing live footage now of activists walking peacefully around the facility. You can see the front of the facility now where cars are parked, hoping to remove the 2,000 beagles that are in this facility. Dozens of activists have already been arrested at this open rescue in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. The drone is giving us a wide view of the road in front of Blue Mounds. You can see the barriers on the right side where Ridglan Farms has been trying to stop activists from driving their cars onto the facility. However, that has not stopped the activists from walking onto the facility and getting through the trenches and over the hay bales that Ridglan Farms has put up to try and stop these activists who are legally going to remove these beagles, because it is illegal that these beagles remain in this facility, which has had hundreds of animal cruelty violations. Yet, law enforcement in Dane County and in Wisconsin has not forced Ridglan Farms to give up all the 2,000 beagles in there. The 2,000 beagles remain in there despite all the violations of this breeding facility. Just a reminder, this is live from Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. We're at the open rescue of the Ridglan Beagle facility, and there are thousands of activists who are trying to get onto the property to remove the 2,000 beagles who are there. The people walking on from the front, that's the front driveway you're seeing of Ridglan Farms. And the police have blocked off all the areas around the roads around the facility, but it looks like activists have been able to get in and park. And those are the vehicles. They are hoping to remove the dogs and give them safe homes. These dogs are now being held. There are some dogs, mother dogs, who are held in breeding barns, who are held for years, and they are just impregnated and they give birth to puppies that Ridglan Farms then sells to research facilities. And then the mother gets impregnated again, and she is to give birth again and get the babies removed from her, and these babies are sent to to research facilities. This is what a breeding facility looks like, folks. Thousands of dogs in 2x4 cages, some alone for their entire lives, and then sent to research facilities around the country to be tested on, to be tortured. And here we are this is the south side of the facility, and those are hay bales right there, and activists are trying to get in. It looks like they are peacefully pleading with security and police to let them in so they can rescue these beagles. Right behind them is a manure pond. It's very important that no one get in that manure pond, because you can die from the fumes of such concentrated feces. So they are now peacefully walking towards Ridglan Farms. This is an open rescue, folks. We are trained in nonviolence, and even though the cops have pulled guns on activists and deployed pepper spray, and we understand they've also allegedly deployed tear gas, activists are moving forward. They're standing on the trenches, just pleading that they release the dogs. And there are security guards that I'm seeing inside. Those are the research buildings that the security guards are standing outside of. To the right are the breeding buildings, and hopefully the drones will get us a photo of those, some footage of those. Activists 5 weeks ago breached one of those buildings and was able to remove 31 puppies. 22 of them were able to get to safe homes, but 8 of them were returned. As you can see, those hay bales, which have been put up in the last 2 weeks, also have wire, barbed wire on them. And trenches have been dug to try and stop these peaceful activists. This is an open rescue, folks. That means that we are nonviolent. We do not hide our faces because we know that what we are doing is right and legal. It is legal. We have the right to rescue these beagles. This facility has been cited hundreds of times for animal cruelty violations, and yet they are still in operation until July 1st, and they are still allowed to breed and sell beagles until July 1st. This is an egregious violation of animal cruelty laws, and that is why these peaceful activists are there today at Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, the Ridglan Farms Beagle Breeding Facility. It's been open for 60 years. And just in the last couple years, it's been cited for hundreds of animal cruelty violations, thanks to animal activists like Wayne Shung, who went into the facility in 2017 and rescued dogs and documented the conditions inside. And because of the documentation that Wayne and his team did in 2017, that started the ball rolling for intense scrutiny on Ridgeland Farms, which is why they were closed down. They will be closed down July 1st because of animal activists like you, like the people here on these farms who refuse to let these kind of facilities continue to operate in secret. And that is why animal rights activists like Wayne go in and document the conditions and share them with the world. What you're seeing now are the several hundred of the thousands of people who feel so outraged about what's going on. And they have shown up at the Blue Mounds, Wisconsin facility, Ridgeland Farms, to try and get in themselves and rescue these 2,000 beagles who are trapped inside. Okay, so we will just watch as there's a ladder that is going over the trench that was built by Ridgeland Farms in the last couple weeks, because the authorities and Ridgeland Farms know we're coming. We've told them we are coming. We are coming this weekend to rescue the 2,000 dogs who are here, because it is wrong that you are still allowed to keep dogs in custody after you have violated so many animal cruelty violations. It's not just me, folks, who's saying that. It's the Wisconsin state regulators, and the lead vet for Ridgeland Farms was forced to resign by unanimous vote from the county of the Dane County Board of Supervisors because of all the cruelty violations. I see activists now trying to move hay bales to allow activists to more easily flow through, and hopefully to allow activists with beagles to get out. Okay, so now we always said that the hay bales fit that trench perfectly, and it looks like it does. So activists are now moving the hay bales and putting them in the trench. You can see now it's easier for activists to now enter, at least to get to the fence of the facility. These are over 1,000 activists showed up in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin in the last couple days to rescue the 2,000 beagles who are inside this facility. So right now what's happening is that activists, peaceful activists from all over the country who've gathered at Blue Mounds, Wisconsin at the Ridgeland Beagle breeding facility are moving the hay bales that Ridgeland Farms put up in the last couple weeks to try and stop us from rescuing these beagles. They are rolling these hay bales and putting them into the trench that was also dug recently, the trench that then the company filled with manure water. And I'm also seeing some ladders too. I don't know if those ladders will be used perhaps to breach the fence that also surrounds the facility. These are 5-foot tall hay bales. It has been raining in Wisconsin the last few days, so they are very heavy. Okay, folks, are we going to be going to Jamie? So what you're seeing, folks, are hundreds of peaceful activists who, after their other activists have been pepper sprayed, definitely pepper sprayed. I saw that myself, and tear gas, allegedly tear gas. I'm not sure if I saw that. Don't have a lot of personal experience with tear gas, but the other activists have been, many of them have been arrested. Cops have drawn their guns on them, but we are seeing many people getting through the hay bales, which have been pushed into the trenches, and they are now at the fence on the north side. We are hearing reports of rubber bullets being used against peaceful protesters, folks. Please call the Dane County Sheriff's Office at 608-255-2345 and tell them this is unacceptable. We are peaceful protesters. The cops and the authorities knew we were coming this weekend, but they refused to allow the dogs to be sold to animal groups who would have found peaceful home, beautiful forever homes for them. So we are going in ourselves to remove the dogs from this facility. We have done nothing wrong. We are legally allowed to rescue these 2,000 beagles because this facility, Ridglan Farms in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, has been forced to shut down because of all the animal cruelty in there. However, the authorities did not force them to remove the dogs inside. So we are going to remove the dogs inside. It is absolutely egregious. It looks like some of the fence, I cannot see, but it looks like some of the fence might have been cut, and now, but for the security guards that I see manning the fence, that it might be difficult for people to enter. If you see white suits, folks, that's activists who are meant to go inside and rescue the beagles. Those are biosuits. The places are filthy in there. I was in there myself 5 weeks ago and rescued a beagle from the facility. However, we go in wearing biogear because we want to make sure that we are not charged with any bogus charging, like bringing in disease, which is just such a specious claim since the place is so filthy. 2,000 dogs kept in small cages, wire floors, no stimulation. We are seeing peaceful activists now walking up towards the fence. On the other side of the fence, there are cops and security guards. Cops have already drawn guns. They have fired rubber bullets at activists. They have arrested activists. They have used tear gas and pepper spray against peaceful activists. The cars that you're seeing along the front, this is the front driveway of Ridglan Farms. Those are the cars of activists who want to bring beagles out and drive them to safe houses and forever homes, who will love them instead of keep them in cages and perform surgeries on them without anesthesia, which is what Ridglan Farms has been accused of. I am seeing cops escorting some activists off the property, and now we are seeing activists flowing into the property because activists have pushed hay bales into the trench that Ridglan Farms tried to dig in an effort to keep citizens out. We told them we were going to be here this weekend. They hired security guards around the clock, security guards with guns around the clock, and now there are many sheriff's department officers on site with guns, with rubber bullets, with tear gas, with pepper spray. They have deployed pepper spray. They have deployed tear gas. You're watching activists now live. This is live footage of activists approaching the fence of Ridglan Farms. The folks in white suits are folks who are going to go into the facility and rescue those dogs. The other folks are folks who will be helping carrying dogs out of the facility and will also ensure that it is a peaceful protest and we can. Okay, so I see that the fence has not yet been breached. You can see activists on one side and what looks like security guards and cops on the other side. We are peaceful. We are all trained in nonviolent civil disobedience. Those are hay bales, folks, that Ridglan Farms put in front, which was, not really much of a deterrent, frankly, because hundreds of people have breached them. And they are gathering this is the front of Ridgeland Farms. You're here live. If you feel outraged that there are 2,000 beagles in 2x4 cages, some of them alone in isolation all their lives, unable to ever have a soft place to lie their heads, they never see the light of day, they do not go out, they do not get pets and hugs, and they have no interaction with other beings except for a text walking through and feeding them. There are 2,000 dogs here, and I know for a fact that on the weekends there are only 2 people taking care of dogs at this facility. And I know that because I read the official transcript of the Dane County state regulators interviewing the people from Ridgeland Farms, and they admitted that on weekends there are only 2 employees taking care of 2,000 dogs. Here are activists. You're watching live as activists go through the trench over hay bales that have been pushed into the trench. That trench is full of manure. I see some people are holding white flowers. This is a non-violent action. We do not hide our faces because we know that what we are doing is legal. It's legal to go and rescue animals who are being treated inhumanely, who are being surgically, they have had surgeries without anesthesia by untrained techs. The lead veterinarian at this facility was forced to resign last year because of all the animal cruelty violations, yet this facility is still allowed to keep their 2,000 dogs and continue to sell them and breed them to sell them to research facilities around the United States. You can see that activists are gathering at the front to peacefully plead with authorities on the inside. I see some police and security guards on the inside who are trying to keep us out from rescuing these 2,000 beagles. And we know that that looks like it might be tear gas, folks. There are activists who are trying to stop it from going. The wind, luckily, is taking it in another direction, but that activist is trying to stop it. I can see she's masked to try and protect herself from it. The wind looks like it's taking it away from the massive activists. But folks, the police and the security guards here, the sheriff's office, have deployed rubber bullets against peaceful activists. They have deployed pepper spray. They have allegedly deployed tear gas. Guns have been pulled on activists. Many activists have been arrested. Okay, I'm seeing the security guards deploying tear gas right now. It looks like the activists are staying put. Okay, folks, just let's keep an eye on this. These are peaceful activists at the fence, and you can see the security guards inside. Yes, all right. You are watching live the Beagle rescue at Ridgeland Farms in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. This is a facility that is due to shut down after 60 years in business because of all the animal cruelty violations that it has sustained. However, it is allowed to keep 2,000 beagles until July 1st and continue to breed beagles and sell them to research facilities. So these activists here are here to rescue those beagles, to remove those beagles, because Ridgeland Farms has had hundreds of animal cruelty violations, and it is egregious that the state of Wisconsin has not removed those dogs yet. So American citizens are removing them ourselves. We are putting hay bales into the trench that Ridglan Farms dug in the last couple weeks, to allow what I hope is the quick exit of people with beagles. Okay, folks, that's folks pushing the hay bales into the trench to allow people to get over onto the grass and in front of the fence that surrounds Ridglan Farms. Now, this is the north end of Ridglan Farms. We don't know what's going on at the other end of this facility. But you can see we are peaceful activists just trying to push the hay bales into the trenches that Ridglan Farms has tried to reinforce its facility with to try and stop activists. They have known for a month that we activists are coming to rescue the 2,000 beagles who are here. That looks like tear gas, folks. That looks like tear gas that's been deployed. Activists are trying to protect themselves by leaning against the hay bales so that they can continue to try to rescue the 2,000 beagles inside the facility. Okay, you can see people are trying to get through the trench. Some of them are walking into the tear gas. These are people who care deeply about the fate of the 2,000 beagles. The reason that beagles are bred for testing is because they are a very docile dog, and that you can treat them cruelly and the next day they will lick their face. That is an indirect quote from a researcher that I heard, that is why they use beagles, because they are so sweet and docile. And I can tell you from personal experience from going into this facility 5 weeks ago and helping remove 31 dogs from the facility, that they are sweet, sweet animals. And that is why these researchers want to use them for their experiments. And that's why Ridglan Farms has for 60 years been breeding these animals. At one time, Ridglan Farms had 6,000 dogs. They're now down to 2,000 dogs because of pressure from animal activists who have documented the conditions inside these facilities, which are horrendous. Years of being in 2x4 cages by themselves, or forced to continue to breed puppies over and over again so that Ridglan Farms can make money off them. These are people gathered in front of Ridglan Farms. We are waiting to see if any dogs are able to get out. Hey, do you have any recommendations for me? Am I doing okay? You can see there are barriers. Okay, sorry, folks. This is my first time being live. Usually I'm there, but now I'm helping you understand what's happening. So you're seeing this is the front of Ridglan Farms. Those are cars from activists, the 1,000 activists who came to Ridglan Farms in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, to rescue the 2,000 beagles inside. The facility, Ridglan Farms, has been hit with hundreds of animal cruelty violations and has been forced to shut down by July 1st. However, it has not been forced to release its 2,000 beagles that are in there, and it is allowed to continue to breed and sell these beagles. And that is why these people, these peaceful activists, are here outside Ridglan Farms trying to get in to remove those beagles because the authorities wouldn't do it. And if you're angry about that, please call the Dane County Sheriff's Office at 608-255-2345 and tell them to release the beagles. And do not arrest peaceful activists who are trying to enforce animal cruelty laws. Arrest the people at Ridglan who have committed hundreds of violations of animal cruelty laws, including allowing surgeries to be performed on dogs without anesthesia and by unlicensed vet techs. I can see police cars are now driving onto the property. We're now at the front of, nope, sorry, we're on the west side of Ridglan Farms. They're driving onto the property towards the gates. where activists have been walking from a side road onto the property. Okay, folks. There has been pepper spray deployed and dozens of activists have been okay. So you can go to dxe.io/live if you want to find a live stream. You can also Facebook on Wayne Shung's Facebook, his Instagram, my Instagram at the Alexandra Paul on Instagram, and Alexandra Paul Official on Facebook. So let's get a lot of views here. Let's get a lot of calls into the Dane County Sheriff's Office at 608-255-2345. You're seeing the front of the facility right now, where there have been barricades put up on the right-hand side. Those are concrete barricades that Ridglan has put up to try and stop these cars that are going to be transporting the 2,000 Beagles out of the facility to stop them from getting close to the facility. But you can see that we have activists from all over the country who are at the facility and are entering the facility. We saw them on the north side. We saw them entering on the west side, but I have not yet seen footage from inside the facility. We do not know if activists have gotten inside the facility. Okay, folks, let me get oriented here. This looks like it's a little, this is, okay, you're seeing Blue Mounds Road right there. And to the right is the driveway onto the property. Not there. That is the driveway, I think, onto the property. Yes, it is. And you can see that folks have breached the hay bales, pushed them into the trench that Ridglan Farms dug a couple weeks ago to try and stop us from coming. Everyone knew we were coming. We are peaceful. We are open. We are determined to rescue the Beagles. And you can see that it looks like the tear gas that was deployed earlier has dissipated. Rubber bullets have been fired. Guns have been drawn. Activists have been arrested. I have not heard of anybody hurt yet, and I have not yet seen footage from inside the facility, which is what we are hoping for, is footage inside the facility. I don't know if that means that there's nobody inside the facility, but our goal is to get in and peacefully remove the 2,000 dogs who are captured in there in filthy, tiny cages, no stimulation, no warm beds, no softness at all, no human interaction except for being roughly taken to the breeding barns. Okay, that's the breeding barn over there at the end where Ridglan Farm does its own breeding. Those two sort of squat buildings, the long, thin buildings, which are to the left, you can see a little bit of one. That's a building where there are thousands of dogs being housed. You see the manure ponds behind at any factory farm when there's so many animals. Oh, I've just seen some tear gas deployed. And looks like some brave activists are trying to cover it up to stop it from spreading. Okay, folks, if you're seeing, these are peaceful activists who are joining the Ridglan Beagle Rescue and trying to plead with the guards and the cops inside the facility to please let us in so that we can rescue the dogs. We saw earlier folks coming in from the west side also, and police cars driving onto the property. And You can see tear gas in the background. So clearly on the west side, they've deployed some tear gas. If you're just joining us, we're live in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin at the Ridglan Beagle facility, a Beagle breeding facility. This is a facility that's been open for 60 years. It's come on under a lot of scrutiny when in 2017, activists from Direct Action Everywhere, including Wayne Shung, who has been organizing this action today. In 2017, Wayne Shung, Paul Picklesheimer, Eva Hamer, and others went in and documented the terrible conditions that the dogs were in. They rescued several dogs back in 2017. Were brought to trial. But the day before the trial, Ridgeland Farms wanted the case dropped because they didn't want anyone to see in discovery what actually goes on in these places. I'm seeing right now in real time activists backing up. So I imagine that the police are using tear gas again. Okay, folks. So almost 10 years ago, Wayne Shung and his team, Paul Picklesheimer, Eva Hamer, and others from Direct Action Everywhere went in and documented what's going on. 9 years later, we're back. We're back. Why? Because even though Ridgeland Farms has been cited hundreds of times by state regulators for animal cruelty violations and has agreed to shut down to avoid animal felony cruelty charges, they still are allowed to breed and sell beagles until July 4th when they're shutting down, which is ridiculous. And by the way, they're shutting down their beagle sales, but they're not shutting down their own research facility, which they do research in that building that you're seeing on the right there is a research facility. Right there, that's a research facility. And there's one behind it on the right. It's also research. So Ridgeland Farms will be shutting down July 1st. It won't be allowed to sell beagles to outside research, but it will be allowed to breed beagles for its own research. You can see that the trench that was dug to try and stop activists from getting in was pretty impotent. Activists have gotten in. At least they've gotten past those two reinforcements. The fence in the front does not look like it's been breached. I have not seen that, but I am seeing a lot of folks in white bio gear, and those folks are hoping to get into the buildings to rescue the beagles. That is, and the other activists are peaceful activists who are going to help remove the 2,000 beagles from the facility. The cars that we've been seeing along the road are the rescue cars that will be leaving with beagles in them, we hope. We are an hour into this, folks, and people have been arrested. Wayne Shung has been arrested. There has been rubber bullets have been fired, allegedly. Guns have been pulled. We've seen tear gas on camera. We've seen pepper spray on camera. We've seen activists be removed from the property. One of the strong things that we have on our side are numbers. We clearly outnumber the cops. However, they have guns. They have rubber bullets. They have tear gas. They have pepper spray. And we have simply our nonviolence, our peace, our white flowers, and our love for the beagles inside, who we are going to rescue. We are going to get those beagles out. Ridgeland Farms is refusing to allow animal organizations to buy the dogs. They instead want to just sell them to researchers. And so we activists are there today. I see it. Does it look like? No, I thought the fence had been breached, but no, it has not yet been opened by activists. So you're seeing security guards come up to the activists. The activists are still outside the facility. And they are walking, they are now this is the north side of the facility. They're walking over to the west side. I have not seen footage from the south or east sides. The nursery is down by the east side, and that is where there are mothers with babies being born so that Ridglan Farms can put them in cages, raise them for months or years, by the way. The longer that they have a dog, the more expensive they can sell them for. These beagles are sold for sometimes $1,500 to researchers, to then at places like the University of Wisconsin, for example, is a close by place, but all over the country. Ridglan Farms is the second largest beagle breeding facility in the United States. We are moving away from animal testing, folks. Why? Because it's no longer necessarily. We have things called organs on a chip and computer modeling that we can do that is a much better predictor of human response. That is why we have not yet cured cancer, folks. It's because we've been testing it on rodents and sweet dogs and cats, and not doing tests enough on human tissue. And now we have the technology, folks. We have organs on a chip where they use human organs to test drugs, and they can see the results, and they know immediately how humans will react instead of having to test in other species like dogs, like rodents, like cats, like rabbits. These are peaceful activists gathered outside the north side of Ridglan Farms. You're watching live. They're holding up flowers. There are 1,000 people came to Madison, Wisconsin this weekend. The authorities knew we were coming because we have the right to rescue these dogs, folks. It is legal for us to go in and remove dogs from a facility that has hundreds of animal cruelty violations. And this isn't me saying it, folks. It's the state of Wisconsin that has charged these people with hundreds of violations of animal cruelty laws. And that's why this facility is shutting down on July 1st. However, it wasn't mandated by the Wisconsin state regulatory agencies or the courts to remove the dogs, despite the efforts of animal activists. So here we are today. We're going to remove them ourselves. I see that tear gas has now been deployed. That is moving people away a little bit, but believe me, this place is a large facility, and some tear gas is not going to scare us away. Already there have been rubber bullets deployed, pepper spray, guns have been drawn by the facilities, the cops on the facility and the security guards on the facility. Wayne Shung has been arrested. He was arrested an hour ago. He's probably sitting in a cop car. And other activists have also been arrested. And you're watching live. Okay. You are watching live, folks. I am just trying to, okay, so we've had pepper spray, rubber bullets, tear gas. There are medics on site to help people who are tear gassed. And we are still peaceful. We are maintaining our peaceful stance. That is where our power lies, folks. Let them be the aggressors. We already know Ridglan Farms tortures beagles. Beagles who are used, 96% of the dogs used in animal research today are beagles. Why? Because beagles are docile, sweet dogs, and they are easy for humans to torture. That is a simple fact. They're also not too big. They're a good size. Ridglan Farms has been breeding beagles for 60 years, and it's only because activists like Wayne Shung, Paul Pickelsheimer, Eva Hamer from Direct Action Everywhere in 2017 went into this place, documented the terrible conditions, brought it before the courts. A special prosecutor was assigned to investigate the the charges that Wayne and other activists from DXE brought. And what did they find? Hundreds of violations. The lead vet here at Ridglan Farms was forced to resign by a unanimous vote of the County Board of Supervisors because of all the animal cruelty violations at this place. You can go to savethedogs.io if you want to learn more about Ridglan Farms. These are people outside the north gate. You can see there are cops and security guards congregating. Oh, I see. What is that? Pepper spray. They're wearing masks. They're in full gear, and they are spraying people who are peacefully congregated outside the facility. As you can see, they're not wearing masks. The reason they're not wearing masks is because what we're doing is legal. We know it's legal. We believe it's the right thing to do is to rescue those dogs instead of allowing Ridglan Farms to continue to breed and sell them, despite the fact that Ridglan Farms has 308 what are we seeing here, folks? That looks like a tear gas canister. I don't really know my weapons of destruction very well, but that is a pepper spray, tear gas. They're being sprayed. They're yelling, chanting, save the dogs. If you want to learn more, go to savethedogs.io about what's happening today and call the Dane County Sheriff's Department at 608-255-2345. Sorry, I wanted you to hear what that was. Dean, I think, on the bullhorn. I want you to hear what he was saying. Okay, that was activist Dean, and he was saying that these animals are kept in 2x4 cages, which is correct. We have footage of that. We have documentation of that. Here are the activists outside. Hundreds and hundreds have gathered. Over 2,000 were signed up last week to come to Wisconsin and rescue the 2,000 beagles. We were hoping that we could get 2,000 people to each carry out a beagle. Now we have about, I think, 1,000 here at the property. Hopefully they can carry out 2 beagles, or Ridglan Farms will accept the offers from outside groups, animal humane rescue groups who are wanting to buy these dogs. And so far, Ridglan has refused. They want to continue to breed and sell them to breeding facilities. I see on the top right of the screen some smoke, which I think is tear gas. There are people we're seeing the north side of the property. On the west side of the property, there are activists. We saw them earlier. We saw police cars driving in the fields. Right now, what you're seeing, if you're just joining, is activists from all over the country are joining outside Ridglan Farms Beagle Breeding Facility. They have breached the hay bales and the trench, which was filled with manure, and are gathered outside the fence, pleading with cops and security guards to let them in so they can rescue the 2,000 beagles inside who are being bred to be sold to researchers around the country, or to be researched on at the facility itself. There's also a nursery here in this facility where mama beagles are impregnated and they give birth. There are little puppies who are, like, were it not for these activists, would be destined for a life of torture, being experimented on and then killed after the experiments, after they were no longer needed, kept in a cage their entire lives. I was on this facility 5 weeks ago. I went inside one of the barns where they were housing puppies, and they were in cages, wire floors, feces, the wire floors, so the feces can easily fall to the ground so that it's easier for the techs to not clean up, because it was a mess in there. It smelled terrible. One of my fellow activists said he felt like throwing up when he was in there. I see some more tear gas is being deployed. Activists are holding up flowers. The activists in white suits that you're seeing are the activists who we had hoped would go into the breeding barns. They're wearing biosuits. And you can see somebody is standing on the hay bales. I'm seeing activists holding on, trying to, he's being pepper sprayed. Is he being pepper sprayed? Yeah, you can see they're holding their eyes. We are not, the only reason we cover our faces, folks, is because of the pepper spray and the tear gas. It is not because we are ashamed. We believe what we're doing is right, and we came to this action without our faces covered, without being protected. And now I can see the Dane County Sheriff deputy is now deploying a lot of tear gas. We have a brave activist trying to stop that tear gas. So today we have Wayne Shung. If you're just joining us, Wayne Shung has been arrested. He was arrested just over an hour ago when he first entered the property. When he at first entered the property, the reason that he was arrested right away is because the authorities knew that we were coming. We told them we were coming this weekend to rescue the 2,000 beagles that are at this facility. We are being now tear gassed, it looks like, and so activists are protecting themselves, turning away, but not for long, folks. Let me tell you, this is a big property. We're in the wide open, and we care desperately about getting these 2,000 beagles out of this facility that is going to be shut down, that has been forced to shut down by July 1st, but that is still 3 months away. And in that 3 months, Ridglan Farms is allowed to continue breeding and selling beagles despite having hundreds of animal cruelty violations. And that is wrong. And that is illegal. That is against animal cruelty laws. So we are peacefully coming to Ridglan Farms today to remove those 2,000 dogs. You can see that we've moved away from the fence because of the tear gas, but we have managed to push a lot of the bales into the trenches that are filled with manure to try and stop us. You can see that did not stop us. We continue to gather here in the front of the facility. I do not know if there's somebody from the Dane County Sheriff's Department. They just deployed tear gas. You can see this is our peaceful activist just trying to talk reason to this deputy. So that cop was saying, I'm here because I have to be here. And I can tell you from personal experience being there 5 weeks ago that the cops were not incredibly enthusiastic about being there, because they understood too when they saw what was going on with the dogs and how we were peacefully removing these sweet beagles. A lot of them were moved. When I went to jail for 2 days after being arrested for rescuing a dog, and when I was released, the woman who handed me my jail gear said thank you. They handed me my property back, said thank you. And she had tears in her eyes when she said it. And several other people who also were jailed got notes saying thank you. Beagle Breakout, Operation Beagle Breakout. Wayne had a little sticky on his clothes saying Operation Beagle Breakout with a little drawing of a beagle. So it was clear that lots of people are on our side. And it's very likely that the Dane County Sheriff's Department just doing their job, just like we're doing our job. We are there to rescue the Beagles, and we are nonviolent. The enemy is not the police. The enemy is Ridglan and the authorities who have allowed, by court orders, allowed these Beagles to stay in this facility despite the animal cruelty violations that Ridglan has violated. I'm hearing lots of clapping, and I don't know what that means. So let's just see if perhaps the footage can. Okay, folks. They're going to keep, when they say working on the hay bales, they mean they're going to be moving the hay bales into the trenches so that people can more easily walk through them and hopefully walk out of the facility with dogs in their arms. We are peaceful despite the fact that the police have detonated rubber bullets, tear gas, pepper spray. They've shown their weapons. And Wayne Shung has been arrested. He was arrested an hour and 15 minutes ago when he first came on the property. Dozens of activists have also been arrested. Okay, they're moving these hay bales. They're quite wet, these hay bales, because it's been raining. There were tornado warnings last night for this area, and there was a lot of rain, and so the hay bales are very heavy, but it's nothing like the passion of animal lovers to get things moved, no matter how big they are. Okay, I don't know what's happening here, but looks like people are gathering out. Okay, we've breached this fence, and let's see if we're gonna be able to get through, because there's a lot of cops on the other side. As you can see, they're wearing tear gas masks, and we do not have masks. Someone's wearing goggles to protect their eyes from pepper spray. Okay, looks like the cops have secured that fence line again. Okay. You can see the smoke from tear gas. They're talking about the cops are deploying tear gas again, trying to get us to move back from the fence. So in case you're just joining us, we are live at Ridglan Beagle Farms. It is Ridglan Farms. It is a beagle breeding facility. We've been live for an hour and 15 minutes since activists first approached the gates. Wayne Shung, who organized this action, was arrested immediately, despite the fact that he came in peace and wanted to negotiate for the peaceful release of the 2,000 dogs inside. After that, 1,000 activists followed him and are outside the facility. They have been able to move the hay bales and go through the trenches that were reinforcing the facility. We are on the north side. I haven't seen much from the west side of the facility, or the south or east sides, or nothing from inside the facility. So I do not know if there has been any rescues from inside the facility, or if anybody was able to get in, because this is an open rescue. The facility and the authorities knew that we were coming. They blocked off a lot of the streets. They reinforced the facility. They had sheriffs and security guards on 24-hour watch for our arrival. Okay, so that was Dean. He's talking about, wants everybody to move to the main gate. This is the north side. The main gate will be to your left as you watch this footage. And so people are walking over there. And once again, we are hoping that the power of our numbers, look at all those peaceful activists from all over the country walking to the main gate. We hope to be able to walk on. That building in back with the silo, that is the nursery where baby puppies are being born to mothers who have maybe been at that facility for 6-7 years, and are continuing to breed puppies so that Ridglan can make money. There's a cop car, and you can see that activists are peacefully surrounding the cop car, putting their arms are up. This puts them in grave bodily danger, considering the fact that the cops, the sheriff's department, the security guards have deployed tear gas, pepper spray. They have shown their weapons. Rubber bullets have been fired. Wayne Shung, our main organizer, has been arrested. Many other activists have been arrested. We are peacefully surrounding this cop car. This is what we are doing in an open rescue. We are nonviolent, and that therein lies our power. We are nonviolently pleading to be able to rescue the 2,000 beagles inside this facility. So if you're just joining us and you feel outraged too about the 2,000 dogs who are being kept in here at Ridglan Farms in Blue Mountains, Wisconsin, despite the hundreds of violations that this facility has incurred of animal cruelty, and that this facility is supposed to shut down July 1st, but the authorities have allowed this facility to keep its dogs and keep breeding and keep selling to other research facilities until July 1st. We're here to get the dogs out now. You could call the Dane County Sheriff's Office at 608-255-2345, or you can go to savethedogs.io to learn more. This is the front of the facility. Activists have been asked to gather at the front of the facility. Our power is in our numbers. Our power is in our nonviolence. Our power is in our determination and love of these beagles. This is a research facility that does research itself, but also sells dogs to other research facilities around the country. And it is full of beagles. The reason that research facilities like beagles for their testing is because beagles are such sweet, docile animals. And it is such a cruel irony that their sweet docility is used against them. And now we have our docility also. Our nonviolence is going to be our strength, but also let's see what the cops do, because they have deployed tear gas and rubber bullets earlier today. You are watching live in front of Ridglan Farms. And these are the many activists who've come from around the country after seeing what was inside these farms 5 weeks ago when activists first went in. But actually it wasn't the first time, because in 2017, Wayne Shung and a team from Direct Action Everywhere went in and rescued 3 beagles and documented the conditions inside. And that's what started the ball rolling and brought us here today. Wayne Shung and his team, 2 other members, Paul Picklesheimer and Eva Hamer, were indicted, and the trial was supposed to start last year. And a day before the trial was supposed to start, Ridglan Farms decided it didn't want to press charges anymore, probably because it was afraid that all the discovery that would come out in court, in trial, would be so damaging to them. So the charges were dropped, much to the activists' dismay. The activists then brought a suit, pleaded with the judge to have a special prosecutor investigate because of all the documentation that showed animal cruelty at this place. A special prosecutor was assigned, and the ball kept rolling. The lead vet had to resign because of all the animal cruelty in this place. This facility is being forced to closed down its breeding and sale of dogs on July 1st. However, there are still dogs in there, and that's why we're here today. 1,000 people showed up this morning, about an hour and 20 minutes ago, to try and get into this facility to remove the 2,000 dogs. The police, you can see, are using tear gas on the peaceful protesters in the front of the facility. They have breached the reinforcements that Ridglan lamely tried to construct, a trench and hay bales, which, as you can see, didn't work. The activists are outside the fence line, pleading with the authorities to let them in. We are peaceful, and we would like to take all 2,000 dogs out. Now, animal rescue organizations have been negotiating with Ridglan Farms for months to try and buy the dogs and get them to homes who will love them and not torture them, test on them, keep them in cages. Yet Ridglan Farms has refused to sell these dogs to humane societies, rescue organizations. So here we are today, insisting on going in and rescuing them ourselves. So these are activists who are back at the site despite the deployment of the tear gas that was deployed by the sheriff's department inside. Okay, if you're just joining us, you can go to savethedogs.io, or you can call the sheriff's department at 608-255-2345 and tell them that we have the right to save the dogs, that it should be law enforcement who's not arresting us activists, but who's arresting the people at Ridglan who violated so many animal cruelty laws. 308 instances of surgery without anesthesia, folks. 308 instances of surgery without anesthesia on dogs. And an unnecessary surgery at that. It's called cherry eye surgery. It's completely unnecessary to remove the eyelids of the dogs, yet this is what the Ridglan Farms staff did. And it was not by trained veterinarians, it was by vet techs. And that's the reason the lead vet at Ridglan Farms was forced to resign by a unanimous vote from the Dane County Board of Supervisors. Now, Ridglan Farms will tell you that we've never been charged with cruelty violations, but that's because they've agreed to shut down before the cruelty violations. They've been charged with them, but they have never had to pay the piper, so to speak. And that's because they agreed to shut down to avoid felony cruelty charges. So you can see here, we're going to the front driveway again. And there's a cops and activists in the front. Looks like they're standing in front of the driveway. Okay, so here we are outside Ridglan Farms. This is the front gate. We are an hour and a half into the action where thousands of people are congregating outside Ridglan Farms to try and rescue the 2,000 beagles inside. But I want to show you footage from an hour and a half ago. When Wayne Shung, who organized this action, it was arrested. And when he tried to share papers with Ridglan Farms. So let's go to that footage now.
Are we getting out? Why is he arrested? Those are the papers we want to serve them. You're going to serve them. Ridglan Farm. Are you serving? Or do you want to give them to me? Why? There's no reason. You could just take someone away. No reason.
The chase.
Okay. Where should we go? He didn't want everyone arrested right away. He wants the numbers here. Well, there goes Wayne. It's ridiculous.
Thanks. Okay, folks, that was Wayne Shung being arrested earlier today, an hour and a half ago. He was arrested as he approached the Ridglan farms to try and negotiate the release of 2,000 beagles. He definitely he was taken away in a cop car, and he is probably still in that cop car off site, or he could be at the Dane County jail in Madison, Wisconsin. What you're seeing, the footage here is live now, and we've had other activists be arrested and have been tear gassed and pepper sprayed, and there have been guns pulled. You can see now that there are cops coming in from behind and trying to disperse the peaceful protesters. We're at the driveway, the front driveway of the facility. Okay. For those of you up, I'm seeing the cops walking through. Oh, and now setting up a barrier. They're setting up a barrier so that activists can't walk through. Earlier, we heard activist Dean on the hay bales, asking the activists to go to the front gate. So some of them have congregated here at the driveway. We haven't yet seen footage from the west side or the south side of the facility. And we have not seen footage from inside the facility. So I do not know if activists have been able to get inside the facility to release the 2,000 beagles. But here we are. I see there are some activists dancing and probably chanting, but I can't hear it. It's probably a Save the Beagles chant. But for those of you who are just joining, we're at Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. This is live, the Ridglan breeding facility. The Ridglan Beagle facility. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. At the Ridglan, sorry about that. I get distracted. I'm 62. It's hard when there's different things coming at me. But these are activists at the fence in the front on the north side. Ridglan Farms 2 weeks ago started digging trenches and putting up hay bales and putting up concrete barriers to try and stop the activists from entering this weekend. And the reason they did that is because they knew that we were coming, because what we're doing is legal. This is a facility that has had hundreds of animal cruelty violations and is shutting down in several months, July 1st, but still has not been told to remove the beagles. So they're refusing to remove the beagles and give them to us right here today. And we're here to continue to ask them to give us the beagles so that we can bring them to homes who will love them and not these beagles won't be subjected to wire cages. That was Dean on the hay bale telling people that we have the right to rescue and that we're going to remain peaceful. These activists have been here for an hour and a half. There have been dozens of activists who've been arrested. Okay, folks, those are some of the activists who've gathered from all around the country to Ridglan Farms. They were inspired by the action 5 weeks ago on March 15th, where several hundred activists broke in to the facility by cutting the fence. And we took down a fan and got into a building and rescued 31 of the dogs, removed 31 of the dogs. 8 were returned to the facility, torn from activist arms by the cops. And 22 now have wonderful homes. I've actually I saw the dog whom I rescued, and happy and loved and is learning to go upstairs, learning to walk on a leash. These are things that the dogs don't know. Learning to be with other dogs, learning to play, to pick up a ball. The first time she had a ball was just an amazing to watch. She never had anything to play with in her young life. And a lot of these beagles actually are older. They are 6 and 7 years old because they've been kept there to breed, to be just basically breeding machines so that Ridglan can make money off the dogs that they have at the facility. So what you're seeing now is the north side. of the facility, if activists have breached the hay bales, gone over the trench, a lot of them by pushing the hay bales into the trench and then just walking over the hay bales. And there are security guards and police on the other side with tear gas. If you feel like this is wrong and that we activists should be able to remove the dogs because we have the right of the law behind us, since this facility has been charged with hundreds of violations of animal cruelty laws, just call the Dane County Sheriff's Department at 608-255-2345 and tell them that the Dane County Sheriff's Department shouldn't be firing rubber bullets or deploying tear gas or pepper spray at peaceful activists. What they should be doing is getting the dogs out and getting them into loving homes. They themselves have dogs, and they would never allow their dogs to endure what the dogs inside this facility endures. Beagles are beautiful, sweet, docile beings. That's why 96% of the dogs that are tested in the United States are beagles, tested on in research facilities are beagles. And we don't need to test on animals anymore, folks. We have other ways of finding out scientific information. That's with things like organs on a chip, which uses human tissues. And we're seeing Dean again up on the hay bales. Let's see if we could, we lost it for a sec. So let me just explain a little bit more about the research. And if anybody says to you, well, we have to test on animals, that's not true. In fact, animals are holding science back because animals, I'm sorry, non-human animals, dogs, we don't have to test on dogs. We don't have to test on rats or mice. They are different species from humans, and over 90% of the drugs that are found to be safe and effective on dogs, rats, cats, etc., fail when they come to human trials. Over 90%, let me just repeat that, over 90% of the drugs that are found to be safe and effective when they're tested on beagles or cats or rodents are ineffective, do not work, and unsafe when they go to human trials. And just think of all the drugs that didn't work in animals that might have worked in humans if we had just used human tissue instead. We are losing a lot of valuable medicines for humans because we use animals to test on instead of going to human tissue directly. And now, with scientific advances, we can test on humans and not worry about, well, using human tissue and not worry about humans dying and getting tortured like the animals are. So we can find medicines for humans safely and humanely without testing on animals by using things like organs on a chip that are small plastic containers containing human tissues and human fluids, and then you drop the drugs in there and it tells you exactly what it does to the liver, what it does to the heart, etc. It is a sort of a living being. Here we are back at the facility. It looks like the medics are taking care of a peaceful activist who was pepper sprayed or tear gassed. The cops, the sheriff's department, and the security guards have deployed tear gas and pepper spray and rubber bullets, and Wayne Shung has been arrested. He was arrested almost an hour and 45 minutes ago, and many activists have been arrested so far. We are hoping to see footage if anybody is able to get into the facility, but we haven't seen that yet. So I cannot confirm or deny whether there's been any animals saved, but I do know that 1,000 people are there at Ridglan Farms right now, ready to remove those beagles from the facility. And we are there peacefully. The authorities knew we were coming, which is why Ridglan Farms was terrified and had to dig trenches and put up hay bales and put up extra barbed wire and hire 24-hour security and block the roads, but it didn't stop us, as you can see. As soon as we get some film back, you'll be able to see how many people are on the property here in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. And yeah, it was all inspired by a March 15th action that happened just 5 weeks ago, where 31 beagles were removed from the facility, and 27 activists were arrested, and 22 beagles were able to get off the property completely because the sheriff's department removed 8 beagles from activists' arms and rescue vans. So for those of you who want to learn more about the what's going on, you can go to savethedogs.io. You can also call the sheriff's department if you feel outraged that there are still 2,000 beagles in this facility, even though this facility, Ridglan Farms, has had hundreds of animal cruelty violations. You can call 608-255-2345. And my cat's right here. I have a bran muffin, and he's eating the bran muffin. And I just think sometimes about my own cat being in one of those facilities, and it just breaks my heart. And I know that all of you, all Americans, in fact, Americans feel like factory farms are terrible places. They don't want them to exist, especially if they're housing dogs. And so it's just unthinkable that this place still is allowed to breed and sell dogs. It will be closing on July 1st because it was forced to close on July 1st because for all the animal cruelty violations it's incurred. But it is still allowed to sell beagles and breed them. And so that's why all these activists are here. I can tell you that I was on the facility 5 weeks ago, and I went into one of the barns to rescue one of the beagles, and I got her out, and she was the sweetest, most loving creature you could imagine. And that is why 96% of the dogs that are tested on, that's why 96% of the dogs who are tested on are beagles, because they are so docile and sweet. It's a cruel irony. And we activists are also, we are nonviolent. We have gentle temperaments. And today that is where our power lies, is in our numbers and our gentle love for these animals. We are going to get through today. Okay, I'm going to show you some footage now of action that happened about an hour ago as we're trying to breach the fence. So, okay.
I just think you're
just
doing this wrong.
This is one of the peaceful activists. Oh. This is on the west side of the facility. You can see the research barn in the background as soon as the camera turns. These are the hay bales that Ridglan tried to put up to stop us, but clearly it didn't stop us. This is a... Okay, so you hear an activist talking about how their homes are on fire. Wait, I'm hearing about an activist being knocked unconscious. I'm sorry, I can't give you more information.
This is all about the dogs.
Is there somebody on the ground back? No. I'm trying to see. No.
You guys did that because he's trying to help the dogs. For God's sake. Do the
Okay.
right thing. Look at your rate is way up. Your blood pressure is way up. This is killing you. I feel bad for you. You got to go home tonight.
So here we are. This looks like to be the north side of the facility, and activists are talking to a deputy from the Sheriff's Department of Dane County, pleading with them to let us have the dogs, the 2,000 dogs inside. I did hear somebody say something. There looks to be an activist on the ground behind it. I'm concerned about this because the white suits are biosuits, which are the gear that activists were going to take the dogs out of the buildings, so we're going to enter the buildings. And I seem to see somebody. Am I? Let's see. Yeah. I see. There's cops over this activist. He's unconscious.
You kicked his teeth in. This is for the safety of the dogs. And look at what you guys did.
If you can hear us, we love you. You help, man.
Okay, so this is one of the activists who have been. Sounds like from somebody who saw it. These teeth was kicked in. He's now unconscious on the ground, and a cop is kneeling over him, but I don't see any medical care. You can see that the sheriff who is talking to the activist has a gas mask on. That's because tear gas was deployed earlier. I can't see who it is. I know a lot of these activists, and I could maybe identify him, but I cannot see him, his face clearly enough. But it's up. Here comes an. Okay, looks like a medical bag's being pulled out.
Save the gun for deer hunting, trying to help the dogs.
So there's a sheriff's deputy, maybe, who has what looks like a gun that will put out either tear gas or rubber bullets. Okay, so we are at Ridglan Farms. For those of you just joining, we have an activist on the ground unconscious who was on the property. I heard another activist say that he was kicked in the head, and that's why he's unconscious. It looks like there are some kind of medical team has just come to try and help him. Oh wait, he's just gotten up. He's not unconscious. Okay. Let me just see if I can see who he is. I cannot. Sorry, folks, I can't recognize him, but he is a brave activist who did clearly breach the facility. He was wearing a white biosuit, which means that he was planning to go in and remove a dog from one of the buildings. He was assaulted by either cops or security guards. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the security guards, because a couple days ago, an activist parked on a public road outside Ridglan and was confronted with a guard with a gun. And so they are quite undisciplined. I just have to let my cat out. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that, folks. I had to let my cat out because we allow our cats to leave when they want to. Ridglan Farms has 2,000 dogs. They're not allowing to leave. So this is outside the north side of the facility, the northwest side of the facility where activists have gathered, hoping to catch a glimpse of the activist who was kicked to the face. He was on the ground just moments ago. He was the cop. I heard the sheriff deputy say that he was unconscious, but I don't know if that's the case, but he definitely got up, so that's good news. We are peaceful activists and we are dealing with cops and security guards who are using tear gas, rubber bullets. They have pulled their guns. They have arrested quite a few of the activists, including Wayne Shung, who was arrested almost 2 hours ago as soon as he got on the property to try and negotiate with the facility to release the dogs to us. There are 1,000 people at this facility hoping to get the dogs out. This is a facility that is closing in 2.5 months. Let's see, May, June, 2.5 months, and is still allowed to breed and sell its dogs to research facilities. And that's why we're here today peacefully to insist that the dogs be removed now. The courts are not helping. The government, regulatory bodies are not helping. And so it's up to American citizens to protect the dogs. They aren't able to advocate for themselves. So it is us who are risking arrests and risking being tear gas and pepper sprayed to save these dogs. If you care about this, go to savethedogs.io to learn more. And also you can call the Sheriff's Department at 608-255-2345 and tell them that you believe that the sheriff should be helping the rescuers rescue the dogs because we are within the law. This is a facility that has violated hundreds of animal cruelty laws just in the last few years. So it's insane that they are able to keep these dogs until they close in July. And just to clarify, what they've agreed to close in July to avoid felony animal cruelty charges is their breeding part of the business. But Ridglan Farms is still allowed to continue to breed dogs for themselves and do their own research. So the part of the business that they have to sell is the breeding and sale of dogs to other facilities, among them facilities like the University of Wisconsin in Madison and other research facilities all over the world. And I was talking about this earlier, but for those of you who just got on maybe, is that we don't need to test on animals anymore. If you think, oh my gosh, we have to do this, we can't. It's terrible, but we have to do it for science. No, actually testing on animals to try and get information on how a human will react to a drug is bad science. What you need is to get test on human tissue to find out human response. So actually testing on animals like dogs, cats, rabbits, rodents is bad science. And it needs to be outlawed. Right now, companies are allowed to not use animals for research, thanks to the FDA Modernization Act that passed a couple of years ago. They can use non-animal methods. And the more that these facilities like Ridglan Farms stay open, the more cruelty that we have. But if these facilities shut down, then we can move to more scientifically rigorous ways to test drugs for human use. There's computers on a chip and computer modeling in vitro testing. There are many other ways. We are 91, I think it's certainly over 90%, and for cancer drugs, it's 95%. There's an over 90% failure rate, and for cancer drugs, a 95% failure rate of drugs that have been tested on animals and then go to human trials. They fail in humans 95%, 90 to 95% of the time. And that's because dogs and cats, rabbits, rodents, are not humans. So those drugs might work on dogs and cats, but they don't work on humans. This is a business that is obsolete, and we need to move to more scientific ways of testing drugs. And one of those is organs on a chip. Look it up. It's amazing, and it will mimic the human body, and will mimic human metabolism. Okay, here's a clip from something that just happened moments ago, and you can see that activists are moving hay bales into the trench to allow for more easy access to the farm. This is I think at the north side of the facility, and we are so about 2 weeks ago, because this is an open rescue, the authorities in Ridglan Farms knew that we were coming, and they started digging this trench and filling it with manure and sewage water. And they also put these hay bales up where they and barbed wire on top of the hay bales, thinking that would stop us, but it won't stop us. You can see the driveway to Ridglan Farms in the background. And the activists are wearing goggles because of the pepper spray and the tear gas that has been deployed. So yeah, let's keep moving those hay bales in. We did note earlier that hay bales were perfect fit to put in those trenches. So thank you, Ridglan Farms. So Ridglan knew that we were coming because we're an open rescue. We believe what we're doing is right, that we have the right to rescue these beagles from this facility. This is the front part of the facility. You can see the research barns in the background there. The barns where the dogs are there are dogs being housed in there. And the dogs that are being housed for sale are in the long, thinner buildings to the left, which we haven't gotten as good a view from. There we are. Okay. So this rescue has been going on for 2 hours now. It seems to be that the cops are not arresting everyone, but they are on the inside of the facility stopping people from entering, and they are at the driveway stopping people from entering. You can see there's some people in the trench using ladders to get over the hay bales. That is one way to get over the hay bales. I think the most important reason to move these hay bales is so that when we get the beagles out, we can have a clear passage. And I can see the air. There seems to be tear gas in the air again. People are staying a little back because of that. You're seeing the driveway to Ridglan Farm. This is the front of the facility. We don't yet know what's happening on the west, south, or east sides of the facility. The east side is where the nursery is, and the south side are where two buildings are that house thousands of dogs. The north side, right behind these trees, there is a facility that is what we call building, a breeding building that it's big. It's the biggest building, and it has thousands of dogs in it. There used to be 6,000 dogs at this facility, and because of activist pressure and the pressure from the state regulatory agencies in Wisconsin that have scrutinized this place and meted out animal cruelty violations, but not removed the dogs. Because of this kind of scrutiny, there are only 2,000 dogs there now. 5 weeks ago, activists removed 31 of them. Okay, here's a bird's eye view. Okay, I'm glad I'm up. Back to the activists. Okay, that is the building right there you see with the chimneys. That is a breeding building. I kind of wish that the drone would go over the facility so we can take a look at it. But so far, we haven't gotten that footage. It would be nice to see that, or to see a map of the farm. You can also go to Google Maps yourself, and it's in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. Just put in Ridglan Farms, it'll come up right away. And you'll get an idea of a bird's eye view of what's going on. where these activists are now. So Wayne Shung has been arrested. We don't know if he's at the jail or in a cop car. We've seen one activist on the ground who lost consciousness, apparently, according to one of the sheriffs. And he was then removed from the facility walking. So he did regain consciousness. And the folks in the white suits are folks who had hoped to go inside the buildings to remove dogs. And clearly they haven't been able to get in yet because of the big police presence. And the reason there's such a big police presence, among other things, is that we told the police that we were coming. That is because this is an open rescue and we believe what we're doing is right and legal. So we are, we told them we were coming. That's why the roads were blocked off around the facility, why the hay bales were here and the trenches were dug, and the 24-hour security, the armed guards, and the large police presence. We do not hide what we're doing because we believe what we're doing is right. We are peaceful. And now people are congregating in front of the facility. Okay, so we are live now. Activists are back in front of the gates after being pepper sprayed and tear gassed. Some of the activists have goggles on to protect them, but a lot of them don't. We do not hide our faces generally in these mass open rescues. So some activists are unable to protect themselves, but it looks like some of them do have some masks on, at least to protect themselves from pepper spray or tear gas. So their activists are getting over the trench because hay bales have been pushed into the trench. The hay bales conveniently fit perfectly in the trench. That trench is filled with manure and sewage water. This is what Blue Mounds, the Blue Mounds facility, Ridglan Farms, has done to try and stop us from getting near the facility, but clearly was quite impotent and doesn't work. Although it probably does make it hard for us to bring any vehicles on the facility to rescue the dogs. Okay, so they're congregating inside. You can't see right now, but our cops, Sheriff's Department, Police Department. At the March 15th action, which just had 200 people, there were cops from, there was law enforcement from like 4 different areas that had to come in, that were called in. And now I imagine that there are even more because they knew we were coming and they knew we were coming in large numbers. After the March 15th action, 36,000 people went to SaveTheDogs.io and signed up to help. And 2,000 of them, well, over 2,000 as of, let's see, today is Saturday, and as of Thursday, over 2,000 of them were coming to Wisconsin. I think about 1,000 are at the facility right now. And they have all been peaceful. Kudos to them for continuing to be peaceful in the face of, you can see that there's a security guard with an orange gun. Don't know if that's bullets or tear gas. I don't really know my weapons of violence very well. Okay, so it looks like the cops are trying to stop. Maybe they're deploying some gas again and trying to shut the fence. Okay, so activist, there's a woman who I've seen her actually before. She's standing on a tear gas canister to try and stop it from going too much, and the wind is blowing it away. So, okay, this was from earlier today. Bravo to the brave activists who are trying to decommission these things. Oh, sending it back in onto the property to try and get it away from the activists. And so for those of you who are just joining, this is quite a scene. This is a mass open rescue to rescue the beagles at Ridglan Farms in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. It is a historic rescue. There's nothing has ever been done as large as this. And you can imagine that the organizing for this was intense. And as you can see, it was also effective because everyone has remained peaceful despite the fact that the police have had pulled guns, used rubber bullets, used tear gas, used pepper spray, knocked at least one of the activists unconscious by kicking him in the face. That's how I understood it, from what I heard a sheriff's deputy say. So here they are. Some of the activists are congregating around the north side of the facility, and there are cops and security on the inside. Okay, that's giving you a look at people are trying to push the hay bales into the trenches so that it make an easier exit, hopefully for when we exit with dogs. And there's even ladders over the trenches. Hay bales have been moved completely away. Yeah, and people are being helped back in. So people have been had to disperse from this area when when the cops have deployed pepper spray and tear gas. So for those of you who want more information and background, you're going to go to savethedogs.io. I'm going to prattle on a bit about the 2017 rescue that the open rescue that documented the conditions inside the facility, and that really started the scrutiny on this place. You can see now that the cops used tear gas on these peaceful protesters. This was earlier today. This was maybe an hour ago that you're seeing. This footage is from an hour ago. And they've continued to do this since then. So it's not ending, folks, but to our activist credit, we remain peaceful. So in 2017, Wayne Shung, Eva Hamer, and Paul Picklesheimer from Direct Action Everywhere conducted an investigation, and a team of activists from Direct Action Everywhere conducted an investigation into Ridglan Farms, and they actually went into the farm, and they were able to open a door actually into the building. It was just open, and they rescued several beagles, and what they saw in there was horrific. Beagles circling from the stress of being in captivity, crazily circling, crazily trying to get out, severe mental anguish. And we can confirm that because one of the beagles who was rescued from there still has a lot of psychological stress on a daily basis, even 9 years later. She's in a loving home, but she still has a lot of stress. Julie, she's a blind beagle that they rescued from the facility. Anyway, that rescue prompted Ridglan Farms to that rescue prompted Ridglan Farms to bring charges against Eva, Paul, and Wayne, which they were happy to go to trial. They wanted to go to trial. They wanted to expose the cruelty that was happening in there and be able to show the courts through the video that they had taken on the night that they went in to rescue the dogs in 2017. They wanted to show the world the cruelty and the courts the cruelty so that something would be done. Instead, what happened was the day before the trial was supposed to start, the prosecutor dropped the charges at the behest of Ridglan Farms. And the reason that this was done was because Ridglan Farms does not want to go to trial and be scrutinized like that, to have all that discovery that might show up in the trial that would show how they were treating the dogs without anesthesia. They were keeping the dogs in terrible conditions, that the ventilation was poor, that the sanitation was terrible, that there were too few, only 19 employees on the farm employed for 2,000 dogs. And on weekends, there's 2 people on weekends working at the farm. That's it, taking care of 2,000 dogs. So the day before the trial, the charges were dropped, and this was a big disappointment. But Wayne, being a lawyer, a law professor at the University of Chicago and a trained lawyer, he filed a motion that asked the judge to please anoint a special prosecutor to investigate this place that, you've seen the footage, folks, has done such terrible things to dogs and keeps them in such terrible conditions. So the judge agreed, and the special prosecutor he never himself went on the property, but several regulatory agencies started to look into what was going on at Ridglan Farms, and it turns out that Ridglan Farms was, among other things, among the poor ventilation and the small cages, the wire floors that they live on their whole lives, the stench, the not cleaning properly, the medical care, that they're not able to see. 2,000 dogs not able to see if a dog is sick right away. They don't have enough employees. They're not paying people to take care of the dogs. Also, most egregiously, they are doing surgeries on these dogs without anesthesia and without a trained veterinarian present. They were done by vet techs. So what happened after that special prosecutor was that, to avoid felony animal cruelty charges, Ridglan Farms has agreed to shut down July 1st, which is to shut down its breeding program. So we're going to go again to a clip right now from about an hour ago, and I'll narrate it. Okay, we're not going to that clip right yet. Oh, here we go. All right, this is about an hour ago. Let me see if I can figure out where this is. I can see that there's tear gas on the ground that's been thrown by the cops. And here are activists. This looks like it's maybe on the south side where the manure ponds are. Okay, this looks to be the south side. This is the south side of the facility. That is the building that you're seeing to the right, is a building that houses dogs for sale. There's a cop here who's arresting someone who looks like they might have been overcome by, they're coughing, and so overcome by tear gas. They're being escorted away. They're clearly having trouble walking. Okay, this is the south side of the property, and you can see the manure ponds right there. There was a big police presence here even before the activists arrived. Security guards have been at the facility for 24/7 for the last week or so. And I see that it looks like an activist van. There's some activist vans on the property, but also some police cars. Let's see, this is the south side of the facility. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Yes, this is the south side. We're looking south right now. And it looks like activists are returning with protection, face protection. And it looks like cops are trying to arrest them. These are activists wearing white suits, so they were hoping to go into the building to rescue the animals. It looks like they used tear gas. And this looks like what I'm seeing is cops with guns in the fields, and the peaceful activists are walking away from Ridglan. They're being escorted south from Ridglan. Some of them have their arms up, and an activist van is also being escorted out. The south. I think that's the south end. So that was about an hour ago. I mentioned that we hadn't seen anything from the south end, and now we know what happened at the south end is that activists going in there were apprehended by the police. Looks like they were tear gas, judging from what happened with one of the activists having trouble breathing, and they were escorted off the property, unable to breach the facility. I don't know how many dogs, if any, have been able to be released. This was a formidable task to try and breach the facility, especially because the facility knew that activists were coming this weekend and the police knew. So to enter this way is very difficult. But what we're hoping is that people will see the fact that this place is housing 2,000 dogs who need to be released immediately. We're going back to some footage now from an hour ago. I think this is southeast of the property. And it looks like one of our activists is moving away from the property. You can see it's quite dense around here. Okay. So we don't know if anybody has been able to get into the property yet. We've seen a lot of footage on the north side with hundreds of people gathering out there and being the sheriff's department and the security guards trying to push them back with rubber bullets and pepper spray and tear gas, to no avail. They keep coming. We activists keep coming back. On the south side, I hadn't seen any footage, and it looks like the people on the south side were escorted out after tear gas was deployed. And we're peaceful, and they have the guns. They have the tear gas. They also have the authority to be able to release these animals. And the fact that they haven't, even though this facility has had so many animal cruelty violations, is just egregious. And it's against Wisconsin law. You can call the Dane County Sheriff's Department at 608-255-2345 if you feel outraged at this, or go to savethedogs.io to learn more. And we're hoping to get more footage of what's going on at the moment. We are 2 hours and 20 minutes into this action. Wayne Shung has been arrested, was arrested over 2 hours ago. And we also have quite a few other activists arrested. Okay, we have a statement from Wayne Shung, the organizer of this event, who also went into the facility in 2017. And I will be reading it to you all. Okay, let me just get it to you. Don't have it yet, but when I get this statement, I will. Okay, let's see. Okay, so here's a statement from Wayne. This was sent at 11 11 a.m. Central Time, from Wayne Shung, who's in jail currently after being arrested 2.5 hours ago when he tried to negotiate with the authorities at Ridglan breeding facility. He writes, only a deeply corrupt system will use tear gas and rubber bullets against peaceful activists saving dogs. We are seeing the worst in humanity today, but in the courage of the rescuers, also the best. Thank you, Wayne. He's amazing. He manages to get these messages out to us from jail. And I agree with him, is that our courage and our kindness, which you have seen in the footage when you've watched the protesters talking with the cops, we are nonviolent, we are brave. Even in the face of the rubber bullets and the tear gas, people keep coming back to the fence line to try and plead with the cops to let them in so that they can rescue the dogs. We will continue to watch footage of what's going on at the facility. There was a peaceful activist who did get onto the property who went unconscious but was able to walk off the property. So I don't know exactly what medical conditions he's in, but I did hear the deputy sheriff say he's unconscious, but he's alive. So today we are lucky that so far not a lot of violence has happened in terms of activists actually getting seriously hurt, even though there have been rubber bullets shot and tear gas and pepper spray deployed. As soon as we get more footage, we will show it to you. If you want to go to savethedogs.io, you can learn more about why we're here and more about the 2017 action that precipitated what's happening today. You can see footage from that action that shows the conditions in which the dogs are kept. You can also look up the Ridglan Beagle rescue on March 15th and see footage about how the animals are kept during that rescue just 5 weeks ago. So please just stay tuned here because thousands of activists are fighting for the dogs, and about 1,000 activists are at the facility now at Ridglan Beagle breeding facility in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. So we would really appreciate it if you would go to savethedogs.io and learn more about it, sign up to show your support, and call the Sheriff's Department of Dane County, not Wayne County, that's Indiana, wrong state, we're in Wisconsin. Dane County Sheriff's Department, 608-255-2345. We already, so activists started getting to the facility 2.5 hours ago. A lot of the roads were blocked, but the law enforcement can't stop people from peacefully parking on the side of the road. So some activists were able to get in and park their cars in the front of the facility. So you'll see that those were supposed to be cars that also ferried the dogs to freedom and to safety and to a loving home. I'm not sure if any dogs have been able to be rescued yet, because we haven't gotten any footage from inside the facility. That concerns me because I know we had photographers who were supposed to go inside the facility, but it might have been that either they were not able to breach a building, or they were arrested before they were even able to get to the property. So you are watching on live the mass open rescue, the largest mass open rescue ever in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, at the Ridglan Beagle breeding facility. And I'm hoping to be able to get you some footage. But until then, if you want to look up anything, you could look up organs on a chip, and it will show you how amazing the technology is that we use to now learn about whether drugs are safe. We don't need to use animals or if they're effective. We don't need to use animals. In fact, using animals holds science back because, if I feed my dog chocolate, my dog will die. But thank God we know chocolate is healthy for humans because I love chocolate. And the same thing is with drugs. There's so many drugs that failed in animals that would work in humans, but they never get to us because of this old-fashioned, outdated way of testing drugs in America. Luckily now, pharmaceutical companies can choose to not use to not test their drugs on animals because we have the technology to use human tissue directly to find out if the drugs work. Over 90% of drugs that are tested on animals fail, and they work in animals, so they move to human trials. They fail in human trials because our metabolism is not dogs, it is not cats, it is not rats or mice or reptiles or rabbits. You can go to the NIH and you can see that the NIH is highly supportive of these non-animal testing methods, and that they are much more accurate and they are much less expensive. Instead of it taking 10 years and $1 billion to bring a drug to market, we can now bring drugs to market much more quickly and much less expensively through these non-animal testing methods, which include organs on a chip, in vitro testing, computer modeling. These things have found to be more effective at finding drugs that work for humans than testing on a completely different species. So don't be sucked into the fact that we need to test on animals to have healthy, long lives and get medicines that work. No, exactly the opposite. Science is being held back by this technology. Science is being held back by this testing on animals. And what we need is this new technology. And now, because of the FDA Modernization Act that was passed in Congress unanimously, the pharmaceutical companies can choose to test their drugs using these non-animal methods, and they don't have to use animals. Before this, they had to use animals to test their drugs, and they no longer have to because more and more people are recognizing not only how cool it is, but how ineffective it is to test our drugs on completely different species for years and years, and then put them in humans and realize, oh, they don't work. And that costs a lot of money for pharmaceutical companies, and it costs a lot of money for the consumers, and it means less good drugs for humans, fewer drugs for humans. A lot of drugs we miss because they didn't work in dogs, just like, as I said before, chocolate doesn't work in dogs, but it works well for me. So yeah, it's ridiculous to test drugs on other species. We are not those species. As wonderful as dogs and cats and rabbits, and they have feelings and inner lives and such, but biologically, they are not good models for humans. Humans are the best models for humans, and that's what we should be using. Hopefully we'll get some footage back, folks, because I'm rambling on and you're probably sick of seeing me. But okay, here's a clip of activists arriving on site about 2 hours ago. This is the front gate at Ridglan, and you can see there's a police car that is right in front of the driveway. There are hay bales and a trench leading up to the driveway. I do not know what that green hose thing is. And there are peaceful activists surrounding a police car to stop the police car from going farther, and we're hoping to get into the facility. This was a couple hours ago, so we did not get into the facility. Instead, rubber bullets and tear gas and pepper spray was deployed. And Wayne Shung was arrested along with other activists. And one activist was knocked unconscious by, I don't know if it was a rubber bullet or by a cop or a security guard. But here are peaceful activists holding their arms up around a police car to stop it from mowing down any other activists or going into the facility. We are at the front of the Ridglan Farms facility in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, and there are hundreds and hundreds of activists right here in the front of the facility. Peacefully, the folks you see in white are folks that we're hoping to tear gas has been deployed and activists are trying to stamp it out. And this is from a couple hours ago, folks, although since then there have been more incidents of pepper spray and tear gas, and we've seen that on footage. And certainly there was rubber bullets were deployed. So here we are around the Sheriff's Department. So speaking of Sheriff's Department, if you would like to call the Sheriff's Department, the Dane County Sheriff's Department at 608-255-2345, and tell them to get their sheriffs not to arrest activists, but to help activists remove the dogs. That is the most important goal here, and we're not the ones who should be arrested. We are legally protesting, peacefully protesting, and we are also within our legal right to rescue these dogs who are in a horrendous situation at a facility that has hundreds of animal cruelty violations, and that has been forced to shut down in a couple months, but is still keeping 2,000 dogs in there. So what, they have to stay in these terrible conditions for another 2 to 3 months while Ridglan makes money selling them to research facilities and continues to breed more puppies, because puppies are being bred every day, folks, because they want to try and make as much money as they can from the dogs who are there until they have to shut down. And even when they shut down, by the way, the courts only mandated that they shut down their breeding and selling facilities. They are still able to do research themselves and breed some dogs for their own research. So, which is egregious to me because those dogs are still in the same place that has gotten hundreds of animal cruelty violations. It's not like those dogs are in any kind of different conditions. So here we are, we're seeing activists surrounding a police car. It looks like somebody is negotiating or talking to one of the sheriffs from the Dane County Sheriff's Department. There's people holding signs. I see a lot of cameras, a lot of press came today. There's people in goggles to protect themselves from the pepper spray, the bullets, and the tear gas. And yeah, I don't know what that green line is, but I do know that on the right there's a trench. You can see that there's sewage in there, and there are hay bales also, which have more and more have been pushed away and pushed into the trench so that activists can get over. There's also ladders being put over the trenches so they can get over, but I haven't seen a breach of the fence yet. And that is vital if we are going to get into the dogs. The fence needs to be either opened up or we need to be allowed to go through the front gate. This is the north side of the property. You can see activists are in this triangle here talking to cops on the other side, pleading with them to help save the dogs. And there are people in the background who are in the driveway trying to enter the facility that way. There are cop cars in the background. And it seems like right now, you can also see the cars on Blue Mounds because the police can't stop people from parking legally. And protesting from the street. Now, right now, activists are on Ridglan property. So they are, but they're not being escorted off that property, which is good because then we can get to the fence, which is the next barrier. You can see there's cops on the other side. There are cops holding what I think are tear gas guns, rifles. Don't know my hunting equipment very well or my guns very well, but because I've seen a lot of tear gas deployed, I'm assuming that's what it is. Although there was also reports of rubber bullets being shot, and we saw an activist on the ground being tended to by sheriff's deputies. He looked unconscious. A sheriff's deputy told an activist he was unconscious, and he was able to, he regained consciousness and was walked out of the property and arrested. So here we have activists pleading with the cops inside. So there are 2,000 dogs inside here, folks, and this is an open rescue, meaning that we don't hide our faces. The only reason you might see anything on somebody's face is because they're trying to protect themselves from pepper spray. So there are masks, and I see goggles too. That's the only reason. Otherwise, nobody hides their faces because we know that what we're doing is right and legal. And it is legal because this facility has been charged with hundreds of counts of animal cruelty. And the reason they're shutting down on July 1st is because they want to avoid a felony animal cruelty conviction. And the problem is that we're happy they're shutting down their breeding and selling of beagles part of the business, but they're still going to be able to continue to breed for their own research, which to me is egregious. And until July 1st, all 2,000 dogs are allowed to stay there, and they're allowed to continue selling to other research facilities. And they are continuing to bring little beagle puppies into the world to be sold for research. And we believe that because Ridglan has been, well, indicted with these violations, charged with these violations, have been found to be violating animal cruelty laws, hundreds of them, that it's just insanity that the dogs haven't been removed. If you or I broke an animal cruelty law, our pet would be removed from us, and rightly so. But Ridglan Farms, which has had at one time 6,000 dogs and now has 2,000, no dogs are being removed unless they're removed by activists, like they were on March 15th, 5 weeks ago. Activists peacefully rescued dogs and were able to get 22 to safety. So here, this is a footage from a couple hours ago, and we're seeing activists on hay bales, and we're seeing inside the property right there, you can see a security guard. So we are I'm hoping to get footage of inside the facility. This is at the front gate. And as you can see, we've congregated, a lot of folks have congregated in front of the front gate, but they're being stopped by police. And, it's as nonviolent activists, there's only so far we can go, but there's very far that we can go with this kind of nonviolence, because what it does is it changes hearts and minds and inspires Americans all over the country to support the Beagles in other ways. For example, by calling the Sheriff's Department in Dane County, Wisconsin, 608-255-2345, and sharing your outrage. If the phone is busy, call Monday. Call tomorrow, email them, email the Dane County DA, Ozan and Ishmael Ozan, and tell him that you believe these beagles should be rescued. We're going to go to live footage now, and in. Okay, this is live footage from Ridglan Farms, looking in. And this looks like it's the north side again of the property. And all I'm seeing is security guards on the inside. You can see that the gate has been breached a little bit, has been cut, and they're standing watch. And there's an activist, who's at that breach. And let's see what's happened. Oh, pepper spray. Jesus. The activists were standing there calling over other people, and they've just been pepper sprayed. You can see the line of either security guards or sheriff's deputies. I think those are security guards who are wearing gas masks because they're using tear gas and pepper spray. Something has just been thrown, a tear gas canister. And they've been thrown against nonviolent protesters. You can see that there's a protester. Well, it looks like they're trying to put it out, brave souls, so that it doesn't affect too many people. If you're just joining, we're here at Ridglan Farms in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. There are 1,000 activists outside the facility. They've breached the hay bales and the trenches, but they have not been able to, so far, it looks like, get into the gate. They have weathered, there have been rubber bullets, pepper spray, tear gas been used. One activist was knocked unconscious, according to a sheriff's deputy, but he was able to to get up and walk after quite a while, and was escorted out, probably arrested. There's a breach in the gate where activists have cut part of the gate, but no one has gotten through there. And as you can see, there are officers guarding that breach. People have congregated at the front where there are officers standing in a line to stop activists from getting in. And you can see the peaceful activists, their hands are up. And they're moving towards the gate, towards the front gate. These are people from all over, all ages. You can see there's a lot of folks who are in their 20s up to, I've seen people in their 70s here. And they're trying to get the tear gas canisters. Yes, good. That's what I was thinking. Put something on it, like a blanket, and to make it impotent so that it doesn't affect as many activists. I've seen activists having trouble walking and breathing from the gas and pepper spray that have been sprayed. There's pepper spray. I'm assuming the pepper spray is the orange stuff. Like I've said several times, my weapons of destruction I'm not very good at because I'm a nonviolent activist like the people on the left side of this fence. Clearly that's the sheriff's department, and they have been regularly deploying tear gas and pepper spray at the activists, but it is not causing us to leave. Folks are still there, still at the facility after almost 3 hours since they arrived. And you're watching live footage from Ridglan Farms in Blue Mounds. And you can see the remnants of tear gas canisters, canisters, I guess that's what you say. And there's one going off again. And now I'm seeing activists coming back to the fence. So this has happened a bunch of times, and they fire up. He's going to fire again. Oh my Lord. And that looks like it was a tear gas canister, and either that or rubber bullets, which they deployed earlier. And the activists keep coming back. Okay, there that officer goes again. You can see the smoke coming from the tear gas canisters. I guess that's what it is. they've been using pepper spray and rubber bullets and tear gas for the last 2 hours. And the activists have not left. One of our strengths is in numbers. There are 1,000 people here, and we are peaceful. And it doesn't look good, folks, when y'all are just throwing that pepper spray and tear gas at activists who just want to save dogs. So clearly, they're moving towards the front of the facility. Here's a peaceful activist filming, talking peacefully to the cops inside. I know that. Hello, Matthew. And he is an amazing activist from Direct Action Everywhere. He's peaceful, and he is filming the cops so that we have evidence that we were peaceful in this action. It's a mass open rescue. It's the largest mass open rescue in the history of mass open rescues. And there have been some pretty amazing, epic ones in California, in Italy, in England. People all over the world feel like Beagles should not be used for testing, but especially not be imprisoned in cages in a facility that has animal cruelty violations. They can't even keep their ventilation clean and working properly. They only have 2 employees taking care of 2,000 dogs on the weekends. When I went into the facility on March 15th, there was feces all on the floor underneath the cages. They're wire cages because, well, that's easier for humans, but it's terrible for dogs to live on wire cages their whole lives. Some of these dogs are in these cages for 6 years, 7 years, just breeding more puppies for Ridglan to sell. They get thousands of dollars for each puppy. And then what happens to the puppy? The puppy goes to research corporation, and the research is done to these puppies. I was honored to be able to foster a Beagle from Beagle Freedom Project, a wonderful organization that you all should check out if you care about beagles and if you're moved by what's happening here and want to help lab beagles. We actually had the honor of fostering 2, Javi and Beckett, and they were wonderful. Javi didn't know how to walk on a leash. He was terrified of men because those were the techs who carried him from his cage to the testing table. He was 6 years old. He had a number on his ear. He didn't have a name until we named him. He was from a Spanish lab, so we named him after a Spanish cyclist. Javi was just a sweet, sweet soul, but he was completely lost when it came to anything like being a normal dog. He didn't know how to play with other dogs. He didn't know how to play with a ball. He didn't know how to climb stairs or be on a leash. He was not trained, house trained, because he'd been living in a cage his entire life. And luckily, because of the Beagle Freedom Project, he was sent to a wonderful home and lived for another, I think it was 11 or 12 years in that home with other dogs. And his mother, Maria, took amazing care of him. And I would get pictures every so often of him. And he was just a beautiful soul. He didn't deserve this first 6 years of life and what happened to him. He was tested on traumatically, and it clearly affected him his whole life, but he was still loving, loving, loving. And that's why these beagles are 96% of dogs are beagles. Okay. So I'm going to be joined. Sorry, I didn't finish my sentence. Basically, 96% of dogs that are lab dogs used for testing are beagles because they are so sweet and docile, and they're not too big, not too small. And it's just horrible that their sweetness is used against them like this. So I want to bring on Steve Donziger. He is an amazing environmental and human rights lawyer. You might know him from his several years home detention because of him going after Chevron for poisoning towns in Ecuador. This was a case that started in the 70s when Texaco went to Ecuador and started drilling for oil there and just ruined the countryside. And the health issues there were just immense for the Ecuadorians there, just terrible cancers. And when Texaco was then bought by Chevron, and Steve Donziger is the attorney that helmed the cases to sue Chevron for reparations against the for the Ecuadorians who were so devastated by the drilling that happened in the 70s and 80s and maybe 90s, because I know he started that lawsuit in 93. And just a few years ago, he was under house arrest because of his dogged legal fight against Chevron. And he is quite a hero in the movement. And I'm excited to talk to him when he comes on about his thoughts about what's happening here today. Now, what you're seeing here, before he comes on, you're seeing here is the peaceful activists waiting outside the Ridglan facility. And they are hoping to get in to rescue these 2,000 dogs. And we can see the cops on the other side, and they have deployed rubber bullets and pepper spray and tear gas at the activists. So we have been here at the facility for 3 hours, documenting the peaceful activism of these people who've come up from all over the country to rescue the Beagles here at Ridglan Farms in Wisconsin. And I'm hoping to talk to Steve Donziger, who is an amazing environmental and human rights attorney, about his thoughts about here and the legal basis upon which these activists gather. So let's see, if you're just joining us, we are at Ridglan Farms in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, and you can look us up at savethedogs.io if you want to learn more about what's happening. And you can also call the Sheriff's Department and at 608-255-2345 to tell them that you believe that the sheriffs need to help release the dogs, not arrest the activists. And I think we're about to have Steve on. He's just getting onto Zoom. Okay, so he's not on yet. And he'll be on in 2 minutes. So I get to prattle a little bit about the Beagles that I've seen from labs and how damaged they are from being raised and bred in labs and then used for research. So these Beagles, they never see the light of day. They don't have any social interaction with other humans, and some of them don't have any social interaction with other dogs. They're in isolation all their lives. The mothers who are breeding more Beagles for these places like Ridglan to sell are often in cages for 6 to 7 years, and then when they can no longer breed, they're killed. The Ridglan makes several $1,000s on the older dogs and when they sell them to research facilities. So they make a lot of money off each dog. And what do the dogs get? Tortured, sold to a research facility that does unholy experiments on them. Ridglan itself has been criminally charged with or charged. I don't know if it's criminally. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, Steve, but criminally has been charged with animal cruelty, over 308, actually 308 counts of criminal animal cruelty, not using anesthesia during surgery. And that is right on their facility. And that's why we're there. One of the reasons we're there today is because it's egregious that this facility, which has accepted that charge and said it's changed its ways, is still able to keep dogs on the property. And I see Steve Donziger here. I don't know if you can see me, but I'm hoping
I can see you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you. Where are you, Steve? It's very nice to meet you.
Likewise. Thank you for your work. I'm in New York City at the moment.
Okay. Have you been watching any of the footage? Can you tell me why you support this mass open rescue today at Ridglan Farms?
I think this rescue is one of the most historic, protest actions, frankly, in history of this country when it comes to animals. I mean, this is an extraordinary event, brilliantly organized. The previous rescue that you folks did, I don't know, a few weeks ago was incredible. And this really matters because it involves, life, right? I mean, this is basically a torture center where dogs are put to be tortured and burned to death, and in service of quote unquote science. I'm a lawyer, and I've represented indigenous peoples in the Amazon for many years who were victimized by Chevron's oil pollution. And what I'm seeing here with this farm and this company is the same level of corporate abuse that I saw in Ecuador when the way Chevron treated indigenous peoples. Now, some might say, well, how do you equate people with animals? Well, the fact is it's about life, isn't it? It's all connected. And corporate abuse is always bad. And, we need to stop these corporations from abusing the vulnerable, whether they're beagles or indigenous people. So I'm really impressed by what's going on out there today. The fact that law enforcement had to turn out and start arresting people and abusing people is evidence of the effectiveness of this protest. So I salute everyone who's involved, and I'm hoping that the beagles will be rescued, or at least some of the beagles will be rescued.
Thank you, Steve. So far, what's happened is that 1,000 people have come to the facility, but the police have used tear gas, rubber bullets, and pepper spray to stop them. And I have not seen footage of anybody actually in a building. I did see an activist on the ground, and the sheriff deputy on camera said he was unconscious. He later got up and was escorted off the property, probably to be arrested. And I'm wondering if you can tell us, we don't know yet if any beagles have been saved. We know that Wayne Shung was arrested first as soon as he got onto as soon as he drove up and tried to negotiate with authorities. We know that many of the activists have been arrested, and that pepper spray and guns, bullets and rubber bullets and tear gas have been deployed repeatedly, and then the activists keep coming forward to the gate. But I'm just wondering what you think of. By the way, I've been very impressed myself, because one of my concerns as someone who was at the March 15th rescue, where there was a couple hundred, now there's 1,000, and a lot of these people we don't know them. Seasoned activists who've been trained in nonviolent civil disobedience, we don't know them. Yet today, in the last 3 hours, no one has been violent. None of our activists have been violent. Can you share with us your thoughts about the legality of us being here? Because it's legal to test on animals, unfortunately. So, but this facility specifically has hundreds of animal cruelty violations. And that's what we're standing on legally to be able to remove the dogs, because it's egregious that the dogs are still there, even though the facility's been forced to shut down July 1st.
I think, in response to your question, I think we need to be clear about who the criminals are here, right? The criminals are the people who run this company and torture animals in violation of animal cruelty laws. Those are the people who are violating the law. Okay. The people who are coming to rescue the dogs being tortured, to me, are not criminals. Okay. They're coming to rescue dogs who are being victimized by corporate crime. Now, everybody knows, who pays attention, that in our country, the law enforcement and prosecutors tend to not to focus on corporate crime, because corporations have such massive influence over our judicial system. I mean, I personally spent 993 days detained after being prosecuted by Chevron, when it was Chevron that had caused a massive environmental crime in Ecuador that really is killing thousands of people. Okay. So I'm used to this dynamic, but we as the public have to be very clear about what's happening today. The people being arrested are not the criminals. The people doing the arresting are protecting criminals who are running this company that's torturing dogs. We need to be very clear about that. And I think one of the reasons that there's 2,000 people or 1,000 people is out there today is because the public repudiates this type of corporate abuse. The public repudiates the idea that a testing facility can torture, maim, and burn little dogs to death. It's revolting. Okay. And the only reason they get away with it is because so few people know about it. And I think the bigger picture about today's action is all the attention it's attracting. So people understand that these beagles are being put in this awful, awful position so some company can make money. And they make money in violation of the law. So we just have to be really clear. When you ask me, like, are the people violating the law? I mean, let me be clear. If you go through that fence on a private property, potentially you could be arrested for trespassing. But there's also something called a necessity defense in the law, when you can actually get exonerated from, say, a quote unquote crime like trespassing in this context, because it's designed to prevent a much greater crime, which is the incineration of, hundreds and hundreds of dogs that are being tested at this facility. So the legal question, we need to be clear about that. The real criminals are those who run this company and torture and kill dogs in violation of animal cruelty laws in Wisconsin. The people trying to rescue them are not criminals.
I'm glad you said that about the necessity of defense. It brings to mind the law that, at least in California, I don't know if it's a federal law, is that if there's a dog in a hot car, you're allowed to break that window to save that dog, because it is of more urgent importance and moral value than a broken window. And that's the same philosophy that we use today when we cut the fence outside Ridglan, is that we're basically breaking the window so that we can save those dogs inside, like someone would save a dog in a hot car. It's just ironic that there's 2,000 of them in there, and it's somehow the cops are trying to stop us. But if it was one dog in a car, we wouldn't be stopped.
That's a really good point. That is absolutely correct. So why is that? It's because the politics of this corporate farm, the connection between the farm and local law enforcement, the influence they have. They're probably, who knows, they might even be paying them. Or paying extra officers to protect, quote unquote, this animal torture center. But that also has to do with politics.
Yeah, well, Ridglan did ask the county to help pay for the enforcements that they were going to do, and the county, to its credit, did say no.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
But are there public police protecting that farm right now, or is it all just private security?
No, it's Sheriff's Department. And even on March 15th, 5 weeks ago, when the rescue, well, it was the second rescue, because the first rescue was in 2017 with Wayne and other people from DXE. But on March 15th, there were there were cops, police from Madison, sheriffs from Mount Horeb, sheriffs from Dane County, sorry, police from Mount Horeb and Madison, and sheriffs from Dane County, and I think one other area. So yeah, they were from all over. They drew cops. They've also closed down the roads.
I have to scoot for a second, but I just want to say before I go, this is a great illustration of what peaceful, nonviolent civil disobedience looks like. That is part of the American tradition. It's how this nation was born. Don't let anyone fool you and try to act like the group trying to rescue these dogs who are being tortured is somehow the group that's in the wrong. They're not. They're in the right. The police who are trying to protect this torture center for dogs shouldn't be doing that. It's not in the public interest. They should be turning around and arresting those in the company who are responsible for these atrocities.
Thank you so much, Stephen Donziger. We really appreciate it. We're so glad that you're out of house detention, and thank you for the fight that you waged, and I imagine are continuing to
Thank
wage.
you for your lead. Thank you to all of you for your leadership. I really appreciate it. Just as a person living in this country and in this world, appreciate what you guys do. It takes courage and leadership, and I salute you.
Thank you.
Take care.
That was the environmental and human rights attorney, Stephen Donziger. He is a hero for protecting people in Ecuador against the big oil. And he actually got a huge settlement from Chevron, over $9.6 billion, I think, which they've never paid for the Ecuadorians. And he continues to fight. He was imprisoned himself under house arrest for 3 years, and he knows all about corporate abuse. So he understands what's going on here at Ridglan, which is a facility that is abusing dogs, has hundreds of counts of animal cruelty, and yet still is allowed to continue its business, keep making money in the same way that it has always made money, and profiting off its neglect and abuse of animals, just like Texaco and then Chevron did for the people of Ecuador. You know, if you treat people and animals inhumanely, it's cheaper for corporations, and they could try and get away with it. Luckily, we have people like Stephen Donziger and Wayne Shung who are making sure that that does not happen, that we are not that kind of country. So thank you again, Steve Donziger. And if you want to come back on, we'd love to have you. We're probably going to be here for a while. So everybody, thank you for being with us. If you want to go to savethedogs.io, you can learn more about why we're here in the background. You can also call the Sheriff's Department at 608-255-2345 and tell them exactly what Steve Donziger just said, which is that the sheriffs should not be out there using taxpayer money to arrest peaceful activists who are trying to save dogs from a facility that has hundreds of animal cruelty counts to its name. They should be helping us. So please call them. And if you can't get through today, try tomorrow, try Monday, email them. There's also the district attorney of Dane County, Ozanne, Ozanne, that you can email him and tell him that you believe that the Ridglan Farms needs to release these dogs, release these 2,000 dogs, all of them, not to keep any of them for its own profit, even after July 1st. And so we're here live. We're over 3 hours into an open mask rescue with activists from all over the country. 1,000 people have converged on Ridglan Farms, a Beagle breeding facility in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, to release the dogs ourselves. So far, I have not gotten any evidence that dogs have been released. Activists have been stopped by pepper spray, tear gas, rubber bullets. One activist was knocked unconscious. Wayne Shung, the leader, was the organizer of the action, was arrested immediately as he tried to negotiate for the peaceful release of these dogs. We will continue to be peaceful even without Wayne. He's released a statement from jail that says that we're seeing the worst in humanity today, but also in the courage of the rescuers, we're seeing the best. And that is very true. If you keep watching, you'll see evidence of that as you see this live footage that we're sharing with you today at the Ridglan open rescue, the mass open rescue. Now, if you see people with goggles on or masks on, it's only because of the aggression from the sheriff's deputies, the cops, and the security guards using tear gas. We're trying to protect ourselves so that we can stay at the farm, on the property, to try and somehow get these dogs out. There was footage from the west side of the facility showing people getting tear gassed, and there was footage from the south side of the facility also showing activists getting tear gassed. Actually, we didn't see the actual tear gassing, but we saw the aftermath, an activist having trouble breathing and being escorted off the property on the south end. So we're gonna stay here till the bitter end, folks. There are 2,000 dogs who need to be released from their cages. I saw them myself 5 weeks ago. They are cages with wire bottoms, no stimulation. Some dogs are there for years. Some dogs are not there for years and sold to a research facility, which God knows what is done to them. At this place, Ridgeland Farms, we know already that they do surgeries without anesthesia on these dogs. And they have been cited for that, but still they're allowed to keep their dogs. So this place needs to be shut down completely. We're going to go to footage from about 40 minutes ago, and you will see the activists, the peaceful activists, and the sheriff's department, and here we are with the peaceful activists outside. Let me see if I can. Okay, this is at the front. There is the trench right there and the hay bales. And you can see in the back, there's a rescue van, a whole bunch of cars parked along Blue Mounds. Those are the cars that the Beagles were supposed to exit in. There are people carrying blankets for the Beagles. These folks look tired. It's not warm there. It's windy. There's been tear gas and pepper spray and moving hay bales, trying to get over trenches. And now they're gathering peacefully, probably to figure out what's the next move. What are we going to do to get these out? Wayne Shung was arrested 3 hours ago, and he's in jail now. He released a statement saying only a deeply corrupt system will use tear gas and rubber bullets against peaceful activists saving dogs. And as you can see, these are peaceful activists. And he also says that we're seeing the best of humanity and the courage of these rescuers. And I would agree with that. 1,000 people coming from all over, some of them never trained, never doing any kind of action at all. And they are peaceful in the face of so much law enforcement and so much pushback, both with these physical barriers and the weapons that the sheriff's department and the cops and the guards are using. So we're seeing people waiting at the hay bales now, and I'm just hoping that there are not too many people hurt. I know that there was somebody who was knocked unconscious. I heard a sheriff's deputy tell a activist that the activist on the ground was unconscious. A little while later, the activist was on the ground, did get up, so clearly that activist is better. But this was a very tricky situation, and it's because of the nonviolence training and the emphasis on nonviolence that we've always had, that we've been able to keep things nonviolent on our side, even though they're violent. I'm hoping that you all can stick with us as long as the activists are out there, because the dogs are in there. They are in the cages and they need our support. We cannot abandon them. As I mentioned, I was in those places and went into one of the buildings 5 weeks ago, and it is horrifying how these dogs are kept, and they are sometimes kept this way for years. There are now about 2,000 dogs in this facility. This facility has been open for 60 years, and it's only because of the investigation from animal activists, from Direct Action Everywhere in 2017, that people started paying attention to Ridglan Farms. Ridglan Farms is the second largest breeding facility in the United States right now. There is Marshall Biosources Sciences, Bioresource Sciences, MBS is open on the East Coast. It has 20,000 dogs in it. But right now we're looking at Ridglan Farms, which used to have 6,000 dogs. But because of the scrutiny in the last few years, because of what activists have basically documented and shared with the world, it's come to this now. It's come to this because the USDA didn't do anything. You know, they're supposed to go in and regularly check up these places. And they did regular checkups and they said it was fine, but it wasn't fine, because when finally activists got a judge to assign a special prosecutor to Ridglan Farms to investigate the animal cruelty documentation. It's on video. It's in the Ridglan Farm documents showing how sick these dogs are, how these dogs have cysts and fecal impaction, and how they have damage on their feet from living on wire, and how the ventilation is affecting their respiratory tracts, and how these animals go uncared for. Finally, a special prosecutor was assigned to Ridglan Farms a couple years ago, and the findings that special prosecutor found made Ridglan Farms agree to close down on July 1st, just so it would avoid felony animal cruelty charges. And so this is proof that clearly it's not just me, an animal lover, saying this. It's the authorities saying that this place is running against the law. It has hundreds of animal cruelty violations, yet the dogs remain there, 2,000 of them. And Ridglan Farms is allowed to keep breeding and selling these dogs for its own profit, despite the fact that it has broken so many animal cruelty laws. And so that's why we activists are here, because once again, the authorities are not protecting the dogs, just like they haven't protected the dogs for so long, until activists pushed and pushed and pushed peacefully with documentation and proof that these dogs were being mistreated. Surgeries done without anesthesia, 308 counts of surgeries being done without anesthesia. And this isn't me saying it, this is a Wisconsin State Regulatory Agency. Now we're watching video from about 45 minutes ago. This looks like security guards conferring outside the north side, inside the gate on the north side of the property. Oh, he's taking his gas mask off. Maybe that means he's not going to shoot some tear gas at peaceful activists. Let's see. Now there's a breach in the fence that activists cut, and clearly that guard doesn't like that. He's trying to close it. As far as we know, so the only activist that I've seen inside the property was right inside right there. So I don't know if that activist got in there from that breach and then was hit in the head and went unconscious. But you can see there's a guard with a rifle there, and I think those are either rubber bullets or tear gas canisters that rifle contains. So you can see also that the security guards are protecting themselves, and that's the sheriff's department actually right there. They are protecting themselves with tear gas masks and trying to close up the fence, which is pretty lame job. But let's see, there is a sheriff's department with a rifle against peaceful activists wearing a tear gas mask, and that must be a tear gas rifle. And I don't know my rifles well, folks. So I've never used a rifle, and I've just used a gun on TV. So I'm not familiar with those kind of weapons. But here we are with the peaceful activists. Some of them are wearing masks to try and protect themselves. This woman here has got her hands up. She clearly is peaceful and wants to just talk. We haven't seen any Beagles released. It's been 3.5 hours since activists arrived on site, the first activists, and there have been nobody that I've seen with a Beagle. So I don't know how this ends, folks. There's hundreds of people on the outside of the fence wanting to get in to remove the dogs, and there's cars waiting to take those dogs to safe haven, but it looks like no dogs have yet been rescued. I might be wrong, and we just might not be in that footage, but that's what I see right now. I've only been seeing footage at the front of the fence of the gate and the front of the facility. Okay, if you're just joining us, we're live. Actually, this tape is about half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago, but we are at the Ridglan Farms mass open rescue to remove Beagles from the facility. There are 2,000 Beagles in here, and there are 1,000 activists outside around the facility. Already, a lot of them have been arrested, and pretty much everybody has been tear gassed and pepper sprayed. So we are maintaining our peaceful stance and maintaining our ask to get the dogs out. And we're glad that you're here today. And we hope that if you feel as outraged as we do about the fact that this facility is still able to keep dogs, make money off dogs, breed dogs, even after its closure on July 1st, even before its closure on July 1st, then please call the Dane County Sheriff's Office at 608-255-2345 and tell them that the sheriff shouldn't be arresting peaceful activists. It should be arresting the owners of Ridglan, who are cruelly treating these dogs and have broken so many animal cruelty regulations in Wisconsin. 308 just about not using anesthesia for surgery. Not using anesthesia on Beagles for surgery. 308 times at least, and that's what we know of, by the way, in the last few years. This is a facility that has been open for 60 years. It looks like folks are cleaning up some of the canisters, maybe for evidence for later, to show the aggression from the sheriff's department and the guards that were hired by Ridglan itself. Here is an activist talking to I don't know if it looks like a security guard because they're all in black. The sheriff's department have the tan uniforms on. It also might be a police officer. Oh, it's a police officer. Oh, no, it's sheriff. It's a sheriff department. We're going to be bringing up an activist who was tear gassed and get their experience in just a moment. But right now, I'm just showing activists talking peacefully to a sheriff who's heavily armed and it looks like he's got a protective vest on and he's got a gas mask on. And then the activists on the other side have nothing except for a jacket and a hat to keep them warm. Okay. Hi. This is footage of an activist who you can see, my God, from her eyes that she's just, I can't hear her. I can't hear her right now.
That's when they sprayed.
So hopefully the video, the audio will come on.
It's probably
And it looks like she's,
all over the face, and they really got my fucking eyes. Probably like the worst pain I was coming in, and then right after that, the bombs started the tear gas started dropping. I could not breathe. So many people. I just want to say, like, how many people were like helping me is like amazing. It's insane. So many I didn't even get their names, and I couldn't see them visually because my eyes were closed shut.
so unfortunately I'm not getting audio. Oh,
Insanely helpful. And I'm trying to hopefully get better to go back inside.
Yeah. Take your time. We were one of the first people too, and they were slamming people to the ground. I was also tear gassed, but not straight in the face, but like I couldn't see for like 5 minutes.
okay, folks, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear her, but I know you could. Apologies for interrupting her discussing how so many people were helping her on of the activists, but that she was, looks like she was tear gassed. And you could see by the red around her eyes how she definitely was tear gassed, and didn't have any weapons or anything. She was a peaceful protester just trying to release these dogs. She's just one of the 1,000 who are on the property and the hundreds who have been tear gassed today. Keep getting tear gassed over and over again. The bravery of these people impresses me so much. You can go to Save the Dogs IO if you want to get involved and learn more about what's happened, and make sure you're in the loop about what's going to happen. So thank you so much to that rescuer who was tear gassed and was still able to speak to us today. That's much appreciated. If we have any other interviews with people who've been on the ground, would love to hear from them, and I know probably you would too. So I'll just, for those of you who are just joining in, we are at the Ridglan breeding facility in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, at the largest mass open rescue that's ever happened for animals. It is a desperate attempt to get out 2,000 beagles who are imprisoned in this breeding facility and this research facility. And even though the research facility is shutting down it's shutting down its breeding business and sale business to other research labs by July 1st to avoid felony animal cruelty charges. It's still allowed to stay open after July 1st and have some dogs there. And what's also egregious is the fact that there are still dogs there, even though it's been over a year that the Wisconsin state regulators know that this is a facility that does surgeries without anesthesia, because it has charged them with 308 counts of not using anesthesia on dogs during surgeries, and also not using a veterinarian using untrained vet techs to do these surgeries. So it's just egregious that there's still dogs there, and that there will be still dogs after July 1st, after the facility closes down part of its business. The fact that it has only been mandated to close down half of its business, and I'm sorry, it wasn't mandated. They chose to close down because they wanted to avoid felony animal cruelty charges. That's why they're closing down that part of the business, is because they wanted to avoid felony animal cruelty charges. Yet there are 1,000 activists outside the facility right now who are getting arrested and charged. And it's just a real reversal of justice right now is happening at Ridglan Farms here in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. And if you feel as outraged as I do, please contact the Dane County Sheriff's Department at 608-255-2345 and tell them that sheriffs should not be arresting activists, should not be pepper spraying them, firing rubber bullets, or tear gassing them. That this is about the violations, the animal cruelty violations of Ridglan Farms and its owners, not the activists doing anything wrong or illegal. we have the right to rescue animals who are being criminally abused. Just like if you saw somebody kicking a dog, you would have the right to remove that dog right away from that person. And if there was a dog in a hot car, you would be able to smash that window and remove that dog because it was in a terrible situation, where the dogs here at Ridglan are in a terrible, terrible situation. And we cannot stand for it. And 1,000 people decided that they couldn't stand for it, and they peacefully came to this facility this weekend. We told Ridglan, we're coming to get these dogs. And what did they do? All they did was set up more reinforcements, hire security guards 24/7, get taxpayer money to pay the sheriffs and the cops from different counties around the area to come to Ridglan to quote unquote protect them from peaceful activists. This is what Ridglan Farms does, just as a suck on the county in terms of taxpayer money, and it abuses dogs. So it's really just a travesty of justice, that the cops are doing this to the peaceful activists and not instead trying to rescue the dogs or imprison the owners of Ridglan Farms. So if you are interested, you can go to savethedogs.io to learn more. And also, I hope to get some footage from the facility itself, so you can see a little more what's happening. We're getting footage in the next minute or so, so stay tuned. So I wanted to talk a little bit about testing and why, even though testing is legal here, that it is being phased out in the United States. So, testing on animals is legal for drugs, pharmaceutical drugs, and it's being phased out. And that is a little bit of background. So, breeding facility like Ridglan Farms, which has been in business for 60 years, has been allowed to treat animals egregiously because the Animal Welfare Act is very, very weak. It doesn't even cover a lot of beings. It doesn't cover reptiles or birds. It doesn't cover, I don't think, mice. And it's incredibly weak. So you can treat these animals, these beings, in such terrible ways. Luckily now in the 21st century, we're beginning to realize that testing on animals is bad science, and that we need to test on human tissue to find out if drugs work on humans, not test on a different species altogether. And that's why, for example, I used this example earlier, and I apologize, but it's dear to my heart, is that chocolate is poison to dogs, but it's something I love, and I'm really glad that we didn't test chocolate on dogs and then decide that humans couldn't have it. And it's the same way with something more serious, and I don't mean to be lighthearted, but is drugs, is that there are many drugs that have been tested on dogs and failed dogs. They've been proven to be inefficient or dangerous for dogs, and they could have been worked just fine for humans, but we lost them forever because we used a testing method that is so far removed from the human biology that we are missing a lot of very, very important drugs. So luckily now in 2026, not only do we have a law in the United States, the FDA Modernization Act, that says that pharmaceutical companies do not have to test on animals for their drugs anymore. Why? Because we have better things. We have better science. We have something called organs on a chip that has actual human tissue acting. If you link a heart on a chip with a liver on a chip and the blood vessels on a chip, you can get an entire human being and the human being's metabolism, and you can check the efficacy and safety of drugs using that technology by taking the drug and putting it on the human organs on a chip and you can see what happens. And it's amazing. You can also do in vitro testing using petri dishes and human cells instead of animals, and you can use computer modeling. We have so much that we can, so much information we have on drugs and the human biology, that we know now a lot about what will hurt us and what won't, and what could be efficient and what isn't. But when we mandate that these pharmaceutical companies test on animals, we get bad science. And people say, oh, well, it worked, this drug works in a dog, so let's send it to humans. Okay, here I have somebody. This is the footage I said was coming up. It's pretty much live almost. It's of people who have been tear gassed and by the sheriff's department and the security guards hired by Ridglan. Let's just watch a second. This, by the way, is a peaceful activist. She's wearing a white suit, so I know she was planning to bring out a Beagle. Her eyes are being washed out. Okay, this is people who are facing the north side of the facility, and behind you can see people rolling the hay bales away. There are the tear gas canisters coming from the sheriff's department and the police departments and the security guards. Okay, there's somebody you can see washing out their eyes from being either pepper sprayed or tear gassed. I have never been tear gassed or pepper sprayed, but I understand it's really, really uncomfortable. We're going to show this one more time so you can see this activist and just the agony she's in. Oh, okay. And the activists who are helping her, just like the woman that you saw earlier, also got a lot of help from activists. Yeah. So the sheriff's department and the police department and the security guards, they've been pepper spraying and tear gassing activists for the last 3 hours. There have been reports of rubber bullets being used, and we know that one activist was knocked unconscious. Okay, and we're gonna have that interview with the activist who got, I think she got tear gassed earlier. I couldn't hear it, but we'll hear it again for those of you who want to, if you just joined or if you didn't get to hear it like I. Okay, a bit of a snafu.
I knew they were spraying, but then when it happened to me, you're like, holy fuck, they sprayed me right all over the face, and they really got my fucking eyes. Probably like the worst pain, and then right after that, the tear gas started dropping. I could not breathe. So many people. I just want to say, how many people were like helping me. It's like amazing. It's insane. I didn't even get their names, and I couldn't visually put my eyes shut for like 20-30 minutes. Insanely helpful. And I'm trying to hopefully get better to go back inside.
take your time, take your time, take your time. We were one of the first people to do, and they were slamming people to the ground. I was also not straight in the face, but like I couldn't see for like 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Jamie Logan, for that footage, and thank you to that activist for being so brave and wanting to go back in despite being tear gassed or pepper sprayed. She said she was pepper sprayed right in the face, and then then they started throwing tear gas canisters, and that she was helped by so many other activists. That's because there's a lot of activists out there. There are 1,000 showed up in Wisconsin for sure, and hopefully showed up this morning. It looked like certainly hundreds and hundreds and hundreds are there. We know that a lot of them have been arrested, and they've been tear gassed and pepper sprayed, and they keep coming back, just like she said she was going to come back. It sounds like she might have gotten into the property a little bit. She said something about breaching, but I don't know for sure, and I haven't seen footage yet of anybody who's gotten on the property except for that one activist who was on the ground unconscious. And he was arrested and escorted off the property. So we don't know if any beagles have gotten out. But we're glad you're here. And if you're just joining, you can go to savethedogs.io to learn more about this event and future actions around Ridglan Farms and the testing of beagles. You can also call the Sheriff's Department at 608-255-2345. That's the Dane County Sheriff's Department, and tell them that you believe that the sheriffs should not be pepper spraying and firing canisters, tear gas canisters at peaceful activists. That this is completely wrong, that we are nonviolent, and that they should be going in there and helping the 2,000 beagles who are living on wire their whole lives in cages before they get shipped off to research centers and labs all around the country to be tested on. This is a facility that does its own testing too, and is allowed to continue its own testing after July 1st, when it's going to close its breeding and selling part of the business. And the fact that it can still test on animals and still continue to breed animals for its own use, I find personally just unconscionable and actually illegal. Why are some dogs, it's okay to keep some dogs, but others, no, you have to shut down that part of the business? Like the dogs don't know whether they're there for breeding and sell to other facilities or breeding for research at this facility. So I find that unconscionable, and the pressure from the public is the thing that's going to change that, is going to save these beagles. That is it. These actions are inspirational to inspire hundreds more, thousands more people to pressure the Madison DA, the Madison, I guess it's the Dane County, sorry, DA, Ismail Ozanne, Ozanne. I think you'll find it on savethedogs.io. You should email him and tell him to shut down Ridglan Farms completely. Shut it down and put those beagles in homes where they will be loved instead of labs where they will be tested on. I mean, what is wrong with people? This is a place that has been charged with so many cruelty violations, and we have documented, animal activists have documented the conditions inside. And yet what? Why are they still in business? Why, even after they have agreed to shut down to avoid felony animal cruelty charges, is Ridglan Farms still going to be able to make money by breeding dogs for its own research? That doesn't make sense. There's some kind of, I think Steve Donziger, whom you saw being interviewed earlier, the very, very lauded environmental and human rights attorney, he was right when he said there's corruption here. There's got to be corruption. The fact that this facility, which has been open for 60 years, has been allowed to remain open for years after state regulatory agencies found it guilty of hundreds of incidents of not using anesthesia during surgery, not using a licensed veterinarian for surgeries. the lead vet for Ridglan Farms was forced to resign by a unanimous vote of the Dane County Board of Supervisors. What does that tell you? That tells you there was some pretty bad stuff going on here. Yet what? There has to be activists, American citizens, dog lovers have to travel on their own dime and risk getting hit by bullets and tear gas and pepper spray to make some kind of change, to get people to sit up and recognize that there's animal cruelty here and that it's wrong for them to stay in business, to keep making money. There's no doubt that this is corrupt. And for those of you who just joined and don't know, is that Wayne Shung, who organized this protest, he organized the March 15 protest, and he was the lead investigator in the investigation in 2017 that brought light to the terrible conditions at Ridglan Farms. He is in jail at the moment. He was arrested 3.5 hours ago, as soon as he arrived at the property to negotiate with Ridglan for release of the dogs. And he has sent a statement where he says, only a deeply corrupt system will use tear gas and rubber bullets against peaceful activists saving dogs. We are seeing the worst in humanity today, but in the courage of the rescuers, also the best. And I would agree with him. I am sitting in my comfy house and I'm watching brave activists getting tear gassed and pepper sprayed and having to contend with trenches that have feces in them and hay bales to try and even get to the fence to talk to the cops, to plead with the cops, to let them rescue beagles. And I give my kudos to all the activists who are there on the property in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin today. And all of you who are listening and hopefully sharing what you're hearing and feeling and seeing on your social media, because it's really, really, really just so terrible what's happening, and it's such a reversal of what should be happening. Sorry, I'm back. We are going to play another clip from this action that's been going on for almost 4 hours now, actually. When we hit the top of the hour, that'll be 4 hours that it's been going on. And hundreds of people are at the site at Ridglan. And sorry, I'm trying to get myself in the middle here. Oh, there. What's wrong with me? Oh God. I haven't eaten. I actually haven't eaten since yesterday. That's my problem. Okay. My left. Okay. No. Okay, sorry. I didn't know my left from my right, folks. Okay, so we're going to see some footage from earlier today. There's a lot that we don't know, and I'm sorry that I can't give you any complete up to the moment updates right now, but there's such chaos out there with the cops arresting so many people and the tear gassing and pepper spraying, and also the Wi-Fi is not good out there. It's hard to get footage out right away, but here we are at the facility. This is okay. So that was the road, Blue Mounds Road, that we see right there, and we are at the still at the north side. You can see the cars parked on the street. That's Blue Mounds. So we're at the north side. On the right-hand side is the driveway of the facility, and activists are gathered outside. They're not facing the facility, so I'm thinking they're talking to one of the team leads. I can see him, and to try and figure out what to do next. And we do not know if any beagles have been released today. Now, a couple of weeks ago, activists were able to breach the breach the fence, breach the buildings, and remove 31 dogs and actually get 22 to safety. The other 8 were pulled from, I think it was 9 dogs were pulled, 8 or 9 dogs were pulled from activist hands and outside of rescue and from rescue vans and returned to the facility. So these are the activists. The ones in the white suits are folks who had hoped to carry dogs out. That's biohazard gear, and which is, pretty much to me not useful because those places are so dirty inside. It doesn't really matter. The dogs are not cared for. So there's only 2 employees. It's a weekend, and normally if we hadn't told Ridglan that we would be coming, there would only be 2 people on the grounds taking care of 2,000 dogs. Now we're seeing one of the activists, Curtis, filming from behind, and there's the trenches behind him that Ridglan Farms dug and filled with sewage to try and stop the activists, which clearly it didn't stop the activists. What I think has stopped the activists is that we are peaceful, and the guards, the employees that are security guards that were hired, and the sheriff's department and the cops are not peaceful. They have fired rubber bullets. One of the activists was knocked unconscious. They have tear gassed and pepper sprayed people. We just saw activists on the ground because of that. And we are peaceful, and we will remain peaceful because the strength is in our peacefulness, and the strength is in our numbers. And there are basically pretty much almost no one agrees that Ridglan should remain open and that Ridglan should be able to keep all the dogs that they are able to, these 2,000 dogs that they are able to keep. So we're seeing people, this is in front of the north side of the gate.
No, sorry.
I cannot hear Curtis.
Hey. Oh, hi. Testing audio.
So I understand that they're now beginning mass arrests on site at Ridgeland. I can't see that at the moment, but I know that one of the powers that we have is to be arrested to show our commitment to the dogs and to insist on a trial so that we can get discovery into the courtroom about the treatment of these animals. So arrests are very important. At the last arrest, 27 activists were arrested, including Wayne Shung, including myself. Wayne and I both spent 2 days in jail. Most of the activists were released immediately. These activists probably will be arrested and might be cited on the property, although we would prefer as activists to be cited at the facility and even actually to spend time in jail. And this organization has a policy of jail no bail, so activists will not be bailed out, but they will be seen. Today is Saturday. They will be seen Monday by a judge. So if they do stay in jail, they will be seen on Monday. However, I'm thinking that because there's so many, and remember the numbers give us power, that probably the county will try its darndest not to incarcerate anyone except for maybe some of the leaders like Wayne. And their preference is to actually just get us off the property And if we won't move until we're arrested, their second desire would be just to cite us and then have us leave the property, promising to bring us back to, to have a trial date. But what often happens is the county will drop the charges before people even come because it's so expensive to deal with a lot of activists. So here's footage, recent footage, about an hour ago. Okay, so he's talking about what's inside the trenches, which is definitely sewage, undoubtedly dog sewage, because they have 2,000 dogs here and they have ponds in the back already that try and hold the sewage from all those animals. So it looks like this is the call to walk towards the driveway, the north side of the entrance of the facility. I'm surprised actually that there aren't more breaches in here, which leads me to believe that the breach teams might have been arrested and were not able to breach the fence at all. Maybe they weren't even able to get on the property at all because of the police blockades on the ground, on the roads surrounding the property. So one of the good things about when you have a breach is that it does take up some it does distract the police. Okay, so I'm hearing it saying we are peacefully breaching. Clearly, the cops are not peacefully reacting, but okay, so now that people are retreating because of the tear gas. Okay, this is the front of the facility, folks, and there was a call to breach peacefully, but clearly they were pushed back by the pepper spray. Sorry, not pepper. Well, pepper spray. I saw pepper spray, but tear gas mostly. I see people with ladders trying to get in. There, 1,000 people came to the facility this morning. That's 4 hours ago. And so far, it looks like that most people hadn't gotten in. And we had hoped that most people would get in to be able to remove so many dogs. There's 2,000 dogs. Okay, there's some, clearly they're escalating on the tear gas. Pepper spray. Now he's using pepper spray. You can hear an activist asking the officer to stop. There's an activist suffocating a tear gas canister and collecting it, hopefully for evidence. There goes another one, tossed by somebody from the inside of the property, either a security guard or a sheriff in the Dane County Sheriff's Office. You can hear the cries from the activists. Okay, there they go again. They're continuing to shoot.
Caroline Paul.
They're continuing to shoot.
Caroline.
This footage was about an hour ago. For those of you who are just watching, we have 1,000 people have come to the Ridglan breeding facility in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, to try and rescue 2,000 dogs inside. And what has happened is that a lot of people have been arrested. People are now going over at this moment, you can see from this footage, to the front of the facility. Some people are picking up the tear gas canisters and the pepper spray, cleaning off pepper spray from their faces. And their rubber bullets have been fired. This is an activist who is filming to show the violence that we are encountering from the sheriff's deputies inside the property. We've seen footage mostly from the north side, the front of the facility, but we also saw footage from the west side where activists were pepper sprayed and tear gassed. And from the south side, apparently activists were also tear gassed because we saw an activist having trouble breathing after being tear gassed. This is an activist who's trying to cut the fence to try and get in. There's only, we are peaceful, but we have a lot of numbers. They're not peaceful, and they have fewer people. It's sort of right now looks like a standoff between the activists and the police. It's 4 hours in now. We are to this mass open rescue. And I don't know if anyone has gotten in at all to rescue any beagles. We haven't seen any beagles leave the property, but this is still important. This is an important day. Even if no beagle is rescued, what we're doing is highlighting the importance of showing up for the dogs and how a facility like this still remains in business is just a horror to most Americans, that it's wrong for dogs to be held in cages in a facility that has so many violations of animal cruelty regulations. And this mass open rescue, whether or not a single beagle is rescued, an important thing has happened, is that 1,000 people congregated peacefully to rescue animals and withstood tear gas and pepper spray and rubber bullets, and that it's shining a spotlight on Ridglan Farms here in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. And it shows that this place needs to be shut down, because even though they're closing on July 1st, they're only partially closing. The reason they agreed to close is because they want to avoid felony animal cruelty charges. So the state regulatory bodies allowed them to, okay, they agreed, you close part of your business and we'll let the rest of your business stay open, and that's what's happening. And that also is the fact that there are still dogs here until they close on July 1st, their breeding, selling business, and they get to make money off innocent animals until then, even though they have hundreds of animal cruelty violations, is just a tragedy. But the fact that they also would be also still, they're going to still be in business after July 1st, just a different kind of business. They're going to be breeding animals for themselves and doing research on site, which to me, I wouldn't trust them at all to do any research in any way that would be even within the law, which is already terrible that you can test on animals. But the fact that they did surgeries without any anesthesia on dogs, you think they're going to be testing animals in any kind of way that has any shred of thoughtfulness about how the animals are feeling? No. This is a company that needs to shut down immediately. And this protest, this mass open rescue that might just be mass and open and a protest and might end up not being a rescue directly today, will end up rescuing the 2,000 dogs. There's too much of a spotlight on this company right now to not have something happen. So bravo to all the activists who are here, and bravo to the people who are getting us footage so that we can see what's going on. You can hear the activists right now. I'm going to shut up for a bit just so you can hear the activists pleading with the cops. Yep. Yep. Okay, so I have a statement from Wayne Shung, who organized this mass open rescue, who was also a lead organizer on the rescue on March 15th, 5 weeks ago, when 31 dogs were removed from this facility, and who also led the investigation into Ridglan Farms in 2017 and was set to go to trial for it until Ridglan Farms decided, oh no, we don't want to go to trial. We're afraid of these activists and what they might show the world about how we're treating animals. So Wayne was arrested 4 hours ago. As soon as he got on the property, as soon as he arrived at Ridglan Farms and walked down the driveway to negotiate with Ridglan Farms for the rescue of 2,000 dogs, and he has now dictated a statement from jail that I would like to read to you. And the title of it is called, "We've Been Attacked. What's the Next Step?" We've been attacked. Now everything depends on how we respond, with courage or fear. Today, hundreds of animal activists were tear gassed, shot with rubber bullets, and assaulted by dozens of police protecting Ridglan Farms. As I sit in a jail cell, I am feeling some mix of shock from the sudden escalation of violence and guilt for the failure to protect the people I love. Cordial conversations with Sheriff Calvin Barrett convinced me that authorities would respond to our movement with reason. I was wrong. Now we must care for our injured and defend those who are arrested. Leaders like me must be accountable for our decisions and ask forgiveness from those who suffered from harm while our movement learns from this moment. Above all, we cannot give up on our purpose. We cannot give up on the dogs. If we stay focused on this purpose, the repression will backfire. The public will see armed men attacking grandmas desperately trying to save dogs, and their conscience will be awakened. That is what is happening in India's struggle for independence when armed British soldiers attacked peaceful activists simply attempting to gather salt. It's what happened when civil rights activists were attacked by police dogs in Birmingham in 1963. It will happen here too, as long as we don't give up on the fight. The brutality of those attacking us will highlight the injustice of a system that uses state violence to defend the torture of innocent dogs. I don't mean to say that this movement will guarantee the scale of change we saw in the 1960s. There were years of struggle and failure before activists and past movements saw the change they dreamed of. But what those activists understood is through their sacrifice is purpose. Claudette Colvin, a young Black woman who was arrested 1 year before Rosa Parks, did not spark the historic movement. And the Black community in Montgomery could have responded to Colvin's arrest with withdrawal and fear as a state-sponsored lynching spread across the nation. That would have been an understandable response. But they did not respond with fear. Rosa Parks saw the purpose in Colvin's brave acts and instead followed in her footsteps. Parks' courage in the face of repression changed the world. In the face of broken systems, courage is often the only thing that does. So now, we animal activists face the same question. We have been attacked, and our friends are hurt and in jail. But the dogs we love are still trapped in cages, and those brave activists' sacred purpose to bring those dogs into freedom and love shines brilliantly through their actions. As I sit in this jail cell, I cannot say with certainty what our next steps should be. But what I can say is this: our next step must be taken with courage. Pray with courage. Pray for courage. Pray for the dogs. And that is Wayne Shung's statement that he has dictated from jail. About the action today, he's not sure about the next steps, but he's learned a lot from the past mass civil disobediences. He believes in nonviolence and courage, which is what all these past actions have had to that he cited. In India, the Salt March, in the 1960s in the United States, the civil rights movement, and now the animal rights movement has to act with courage and with nonviolence also. He doesn't talk about exactly how many people were arrested because he doesn't know. He doesn't know what's happening here, but that's the statement that he delivered. I think if you go to maybe Wayne Shung's Facebook page or savethedogs.io, you will be able to read this. If it's not posted now, it will be posted soon. You'll be able to read his statement. It sounds like he's asking activists to remain nonviolent and to continue to try and get the powers that be at Ridglan to release the 2,000 dogs. And that there are people, as we saw, who are injured from the tear gas and from the rubber bullets, and that we must remain nonviolent. So that was a statement from Wayne Shung. He was arrested over 4 hours ago, and since then, a lot of other activists have been arrested. I was talking about the fact that mass open rescue entails also willingness to be arrested en masse. This puts a pressure on the system, both financially and psychologically and morally. So I expect that there will be many more arrests. So we're going to go back to the clip that we were looking at before I read Wayne's statement, and you can see what's happening on the ground at Ridglan Farms in Blue Mounds. This is about an hour and a half ago. This is activists in front of the north fence. the north-facing fence outside Ridglan Farms. As you can see, these activists are showing the courage and peacefulness that Wayne asked for. You can also see the breach in the gate that the guards are forced to monitor. This is a important strategy because it can distract some of the law enforcement away from other areas. So even though no one might be going into the facility here, it does keep guards occupied, just trying to protect that one breach, and hopefully will stop them from it will keep the guards so they don't pepper spray other folks and shoot rubber bullets.
Hey, this is Camp 3. Thanks for the heads up. I did try resetting some things.
compassion in your heart. I believe you're a good person. I believe you have love in your heart, and you're not showing it to us. So I want to know what makes it okay, what they do to these animals? What makes it right? So why stand and defend abusers and attack peaceful protesters? That's
funny.
Yeah, give me it.
Beagle go on stage.
God bless you, sir.
Tamika, she's talking to you. Those dogs are suffering, and you could do something about it. I believe that you're a good person who cares about animals. You could show that to us right now. You could show the whole world right now. What makes it right?
Okay, so this is footage of the breach in the front of the fence on the north side. You can see there are officers, looks like sheriff's department, trying to fix it. Peaceful activists on the outside pleading with them to let us in so that we can rescue the 2,000 dogs. There's quite a lot of press there today, and it doesn't look good for the officers to have tear gas masks on and holding rifles that shoot canisters of tear gas. It just, to me, I feel like that doesn't look good. If the March 15th event, which simply had officers present and not with tear gas or guns showing, garnered so much support from Americans all around the country. Within 4 days, 36,000 people had gone to SaveTheDogs.io and said that they support it and want to help. So today, this kind of footage is going to be very disturbing to a lot of Americans. And I'm sorry that we can't see beagles coming out in the arms of rescuers like we had on March 15th. But this is pretty horrendous having people shot by bullets and knocked unconscious and tear gas and to peaceful activists outside the fence. And if you're just joining us, we're at Ridglan Farms in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. There are 1,000 activists who congregated here 4.5 hours ago to peacefully rescue the 2,000 dogs inside. These are dogs that are being held in small cages, often by themselves without any kind of stimulation. A lot of them being forced to breed babies over and over again so the owners of Ridglan Farm can make money off them. And activists are horrified at the conditions of these dogs are being held in. This is a company that's been cited for poor ventilation, for filthy conditions, for not cleaning the dogs properly, for not recognizing injuries in the dogs, because there are so many dogs and so few workers at the facility. On weekends, there's only 2 employees that are there, and then after 3 o'clock, there's nobody there until the next morning. That is really neglect. Now, of course, there's a lot of workers because there's a lot of workers because they know that we were coming. We told Ridglan that we were coming, and we were open about it, and that's why the doors were the roads were blocked off. So there's 24/7 security. There were trenches dug. There were hay bales pushed in front of the fences. There was extra wire put on the fences. There was sewage put in the trenches to try and stop the activists. You can tell it didn't stop the activists from getting to the fence. However, there were also law enforcement from communities all around Madison, Mount Horeb, Dane County sheriffs. They're all here with guns, with rubber bullets, with tear gas, and with pepper spray. And they have sprayed activists and shot bullets and shot tear gas. They've arrested many activists who are peacefully protesting. They arrested Wayne Shung as soon as he got out of his car and wanted to negotiate with the people at Ridglan for the peaceful release of these 2,000 dogs inside. And he is now in jail. I read a quite a long statement that he dictated from his jail cell to us, and I read it out loud. If you want to see it, it's probably on savethedogs.io. If not now, it will be. If you feel as outraged as I about what's happening, please contact the county sheriff's department and tell them to stop arresting activists and to help activists remove 2,000 dogs. The number there is 608-255-2345. And please go to savethedogs.io and sign up to keep in touch with what's going to happen with the dogs after today. This is the largest mass open rescue for animals ever. This is at a facility in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin, that is the second largest breeding and for research facility in America. There is another facility on the East Coast called MBR, which has 20,000 dogs. Ridglan currently has 2,000 dogs. It used to have a max of 6,000 dogs, but because of the pressure from law enforcement, actually from state regulators and the courts, to start shutting down this facility. They only have 2,000 dogs now, but that's 2,000 too many. Why are there any dogs in here? This is a facility that has over 300 counts of animal cruelty, not using anesthesia during surgery. The lead vet was supposed to take care of these animals, and he was unanimously ordered to resign by the Dane County Board of Supervisors because of the fact that these animals are treated so badly, and yet there's still 2,000 there. It doesn't make sense. And after July 1st, when the Ridglan Farms agreed to shut down because it was afraid of facing felony animal cruelty charges, it still is allowed to breed some dogs for its own research. Why? What makes those dogs, so unlucky that they have to stay in these horrible conditions? I was in there 5 weeks ago, and let me tell you, it was pretty horrendous walking into this warehouse with cement floors covered with feces because the dogs are in cages that are just wire. So they live their entire lives on wire until they get sold to a research lab who will then test on them and put them in another wire cage. But at Ridglan specifically, they live on wire, in wire, and some of them live alone. They have no socialization. They're in isolation their entire lives. Others are crowded in with another dog, a 2x4 cage. The measurements are like the allowances under the Animal Welfare Act are so lame for research animals, I can't tell you. The Animal Welfare Act does not protect animals. It definitely doesn't protect at all. It doesn't even include birds and mice and reptiles, but it doesn't do much for dogs or cats either. If you saw what went on in Ridglan Farms, and you can see because animal activists will tell you, that's for sure. Animal activists, we go in there and we document, but does the USDA help protect these dogs? No. Does the county protect these dogs? No. Does the courts? No. None of them protect these dogs. That's why 1,000 people are out there now trying to get in to rescue the 2,000 dogs. You should feel outraged at what's happening. And you need to not feel comfortable about animals being protected. We think, oh, well, I'm sure the animal laws help the animals. No, not in research, not in farms. Your pet, maybe. If I kicked my dog, that dog would be removed from me, and rightly so. If you do anesthesia surgery on an animal in a research facility like Ridglan Farms, and that also breeds dogs, you do surgery without anesthesia, does that dog get removed from you? No. You don't even have to pay a fine. You don't even have to completely shut down. You get to keep 2,000 dogs and sell them and breed them until you shut down part of your business July 1st, and then you can continue breeding and researching on other dogs yourself. This doesn't make sense, the fact that the laws protect these corporations. But, rightly so, if I as an individual locked a dog in my car and it was a hot day, then somebody would have a complete right to kick open that window and save that dog. But for some reason, we are not allowed to save the 2,000 dogs who are locked in Ridglan Farms. Ridglan Farms, a facility that has hundreds of animal cruelty violations. It has poor ventilation, unsanitary conditions, vet techs who are doing jobs that veterinarians are supposed to do, and only veterinarians, using doing surgery without anesthesia, putting dogs in cages that have wire floors, nothing soft, so that their feet get infected, breeding mama beagles over and over and over again so that the Ridglan can make money off her babies. These are egregious. When I was in there on March 15th, a teammate of mine said to me that he felt sick from the smell, sick. And I tend not to notice those things, frankly. But I can certainly understand from all the feces that I saw on the floor that it smelled pretty bad. And the conditions that these animals are in. And as I said earlier, the reason that these are beagles, why there are 2,000 beagles in there, why there are beagles being bred for lab research, is because beagles are docile and sweet. Sorry, I think I'm a little tired. So beagles are so docile and so sweet that that's why they're used. Could you please cut to something?
Yeah. What's what? What's what? It's they spray these with manure. Maybe dog manure. The bales, yeah. The bales, yeah. Yes. I know.
Okay, folks, what you're seeing is footage from a little bit ago. A lot of the videographers have had to leave the site because of the danger, and because the sheriff's department and the security guards there are firing tear gas and pepper spray and rubber bullets, and it just wasn't safe. So this is footage from the activist photographers who are on the ground there, and they are trying to put out the tear gas. You can see there's, this is the north side of the facility. And a lot of the activists have been arrested already, but still we have activists coming back towards the gate. So there's an activist who's asking the protesters not to throw the grenades back because that's just violent. And sometimes when you have 1,000 people, you get people who don't quite understand the tenets of nonviolence. And so they will maybe do something that they feel is like, ah, well, they threw it at me, I'm going to throw it back. But actually, that's not what we learn as nonviolent activists and civil disobedience connoisseurs. You do not throw it back. You accept what they throw at you, and you do not react in any way that might hurt them, the other people. So that's what nonviolence is, and that's where our power lies. Because even if we don't get any beagles out today, there are a lot of people who will see how these activists have been treating and wonder, what are they trying to hide in there? Why do they have to build moats and put up hay bales to try and protect what's going on inside? Why don't they let us see? Well, the reason they don't let you see what's inside here is because that what you see will horrify you, something that you would never allow any of your pets to endure, even for an hour. And that is these cages, these horrible cages that are just wired that they have to live on their whole lives. Some of them live in such stressful conditions for so long that they end up breaking psychologically, and they exhibit stress behavior that includes going around in circles like crazily, just around and round and round in circles, because they have so little stimulation in their life that they do it to help keep them sane. And it's very, very difficult to stay sane as a dog. But what's amazing is that beagles are such sweet animals that they still have a sweet little personality. When we went in there 5 weeks ago, the animals there were probably about a year old, maybe. So that means they'd been in cages for a year. And they were wagging their tails at us, still hoping that we might be sweet to them. That is what a beagle is. And that is why 96% of the dogs used in animal research are beagles. Not only are they a smaller size, but their personalities are so sweet. And I can attest to that. Right now, we're seeing, by the way, a line of law enforcement just shooting tear gas grenades out into the peaceful protesters. There, he's coming back again. Yeah, you can see the tear gas background. And so for those of you who are just joining us, we're at Ridglan Farms, a beagle breeding facility that sells beagles to research labs all around the country. It also does its own research on site. There are currently 2,000 dogs in this facility, ranging from just being born to 7 or so years old. The older dogs are the ones often that are used to breed more dogs, but also there's a lot of labs who want older dogs because a lot of the medicines go to older humans. Now, this is just stupid reasoning, because an older dog is very different from an older human. And that's why we have very expensive drugs, a lot of drugs that are slow, very slow. It takes an average of 10 years for a drug to come to market, because over 90% of the drugs that test positively for safety and efficacy, meaning they work on an animal for safety and efficacy, when they go into human trials, over 90% of those drugs fail. And that's because the biology of dogs, cats, rats, mice are very, very different from humans. And what might work in a dog does not necessarily work in a human. And conversely, what might make a dog really sick might really help a human. And so we're actually losing drugs that might help humans by testing on animals when there are extremely effective non-animal tests. Some of them have been around for decades, by the way. And some of them are newer, like organs on a chip, which is far, far better, far, far cheaper, and far, far faster to test drugs with. This is where you put human tissue into a mechanism, you drip the drug on it, and the human tissue reacts. You can see how the liver reacts, the heart reacts, the blood reacts, everything. And it's human tissue and human blood, and it's not testing on another species. Another weakness and real tragedy of the breeding paradigm is that if a drug doesn't work on one species, then a company will simply, I mean, after all, that company's put in a lot of years and a lot of money into that drug. That company will just move to another species and just hide that. They don't even tell anybody, oh, you know what, we tested it on cats, it didn't work, so let's go to dogs, because they're mandated to test on a rodent and a non-rodent, their drugs. And so if it doesn't work in, for example, a mouse, they'll try a rat, because guess what? Some things work in mice and some things work in rats. And that's why it's so inefficient for us to think that we can know what a drug will do in us when it's been tested on another species. We're also very different. And we're going to have Steve Donziger back. He is the animal rights and environmental attorney we had on about an hour and a half, a couple hours ago. He is going to talk a little bit about his thoughts about what's happened in the last bit of time. And he has a long history himself of fighting for civil rights. He has been, and against big corporations like Chevron. He was the lead attorney on a large lawsuit which Chevron lost, was supposed to pay $9.6 billion for drilling in Ecuador and poisoning the land and killing the people from that poison. And he won a huge settlement. They never paid, and he was consequently in house arrest for 3 years. Because of him battling these big corporations. And it's been a case that a lot of civil rights groups have really gotten behind, because he's been treated abominably and because he's an activist that is fighting for justice for the little people, just like these animal activists here are fighting for the little dogs who can't fight for themselves. Here's an officer here with a rifle that's going to, I think, don't know my guns very well, but it probably has tear gas canisters in it, and he's going to shoot it at the crowd outside. And as you can see, okay, and this is footage from like about an hour and a half ago. So a lot has happened since then. A lot more people arrested, a lot more people tear gassed, a lot more people pepper sprayed. Wayne Shung, who is the lead organizer of this action and who first documented the atrocities in this facility in 2017, he sent a long letter from jail, which he dictated, and I will read again shortly after we talk to Steve Donziger. But a lot has happened, and we're glad you're here with us. It's been almost 5 hours that activists have been out on the property here in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. So these activists have come from all over the world, and a lot of them were inspired by the action on March 15th, when several hundred activists went in and rescued dogs from that action, which hopefully we'll be able to see footage from there at some point. so you can see a little bit of what inside the facility and the dogs who have been captured in there, because we haven't been able to get that kind of footage yet. As I mentioned before, a lot of the professional videographers have left because of the danger. And so this is coming from activist videographers. And the hay bales right there behind you, in case you are just joining us, are what Ridglan tried to put up to slow the activists down, probably to stop vehicles maybe from going into the property. As you can see, the act didn't stop the activists at all. And they are up against the gate where there's a line of sheriff and security guards. So far, from what I've seen, and I'm very proud of these activists, a lot of them who this is their first action ever. They were just so moved by what they saw on March 15th that they signed up to come to Wisconsin to try and get all the dogs out. There hasn't been any violence on the part of the activists. So far, all the violence has been coming from law enforcement and Ridglan Farms and the county of Dane. So a lot of wins here at this large mass open rescue, where there's always such a risk that things can just go crazy and turn chaotic. We're trying to get Steve Donziger on. He is the human rights and environmental lawyer I talked about earlier. So he is in New York City, and I'm hoping that we can get footage of him. But until then, we'll be watching footage from the facility, outside the facility, where people have moved away from the fence because of the tear gas. And there is somebody with a ladder, and that was to get over the hay bales. And the hay bales, that was, the hay bales have been largely pushed into the trench. They fit perfectly, and so it was easy. It's easy for people to now traverse to the fence. Hopefully, the point of pushing the hay bales in was also to get the dogs out easily, but so far we haven't seen any dogs come out. So we don't know if anybody was able to get into any of the buildings or reach any of the beagles. But this day has not been in vain, because what we hope is that this will encourage people to support the just huge upswell of action to release these dogs from Ridglan in any way possible. Sorry, not any way possible, non-violently, any way non-violently possible. So that might include negotiating with Ridglan or having more of these protests outside Ridglan, even after July 1st, when their breeding facility closes down. And so this is footage with activists pleading with the cops. And let's So now they're putting up some extra fence in the breach that was made by an activist probably 4 hours ago. This is the north side of the facility, and they're adding some more fencing. Now, this is what happens when you have a mass open rescue. The word open is very important, and open means that we don't cover our faces, because we believe what we're doing is legal and right. This mass action, the authorities knew that we were coming because we told them. We told them we were coming this weekend to rescue the 2,000 dogs that had been left behind from the March 15th action, when we could only get 31 dogs removed from the property. And even then, 8 dogs were sent back. They were torn from activist hands, taken out of rescue vans, and put back in their cages at Ridglan Farms. Crazy. Even with all the documentation of all the violations that Ridglan Farms has incurred over just even the last couple of years. This is a facility that's been open for 60 years. But animal activists have forced the county to not turn away anymore. This is the second largest breeding facility in the United States. It used to have 6,000 dogs. Now it has 2,000 because of all that scrutiny. But the activists, it's only because of these peaceful activists that the county has even looked at Ridgeland and started to scrutinize it. And we now have Steve Donziger. I'm sorry, Steve, I've been talking for 5 hours. Wait, 6 hours now. So I apologize. But welcome back, and thank you for being on the program. I wanted to know, we talked to you an hour and a half ago, and you talked about corporate corruption and political corruption. And I wondered your thoughts, if you got a chance to hear what or read what Wayne dictated from jail, or if you've seen any of the footage.
So, this is, I think today is an historic day for the animal rescue movement. This action is impressive. It's powerful. It's so threatening to the corruption that's taking place at this farm that dozens of law enforcement agents, cops, are out to try to get people out of there, to get the protesters away. And ultimately, I believe in this type of situation, if there's no response, you're not really being effective. And what this protest does is it challenges the deep corporate corruption at Ridgeland Farms, also as a symbol of the broader corruption in the whole animal testing industry. And, they have to now deal with the fact there's massive public attention being paid to the torture of animals from which they make their profits. So I think that today is a great day. Look, obviously it could be better if the dogs could be rescued, but today is a major advance, in my opinion, for the animal rights movement. The corruption at Ridgeland Farms and in this industry is being exposed as we speak. Thousands of people over the world, all over the United States and other countries are watching this, and some real good is going to come out of what's happening today.
So even if we don't get any beagles out, you feel like it's a win for the animal rights movement? And how do you feel like, what will be the public opinion looking at the video that you've seen? How do you think it'll land on someone who just hears about it and isn't a hardcore activist or just loves dogs, maybe?
Look, I think this is going to generate more. The repression in these situations almost always generates more support for the cause. So, I think you're going to see that as a result of what's going on today. The tear gas, the beatings, the harshness of what we're witnessing on video, to me is illustrative of the depth of guilt and depravity of the industry itself. And it's also a reflection of how threatened the industry feels by this movement. So, again, I think that the industry is going to look even worse than it already does. And it's going to look like they're trying to hide the corruption, which is exactly what they're doing. So, this is a step forward for the movement. Those who are out there have not accomplished everything they've wanted, but they've accomplished a lot. I'm not surprised, by the way, by the show of force today, because, it's America, and, this is quote unquote private property, even though there's, in my opinion, illegal activity taking place on this property. They're going to defend the fences, and they have, with the complicity of the United States government, with the state. So this is another example of corporate state repression, state complicity in corporate abuse. I personally was victimized by the same dynamic. Chevron teamed up with a judge to lock me up after I helped Amazon Communities win a $10 billion pollution judgment against Chevron in Ecuador. They teamed up and had me locked up in the United States. When you're effective, when you're successful, when you get close to the power centers that abuse, this often happens. So, at this point, we need to turn our attention to the next phase, after today ends, which is obviously defending those who have been arrested, but using the repression to flip the script back on the company so people understand that this repression is a direct result of the law enforcement trying to protect corruption from Ridglan Farms that is taking place behind those fences.
And it's actually, you're right, that it's the repression that actually does bring more light to the corruption, because I read about you after you had gotten put under, wasn't it house detention?
Yes.
For over 900 days. So that's when I had read about the case, even though I know the corruption that actually happened started way back in the 70s. This is the same thing with Ridglan. It's been in business for 60 years, and it's only until Wayne and other activists from DXE went in 2017 and were willing to show their faces and shed light on what they found, and they were arrested and were supposed to go to trial, that people started paying attention to Ridglan. May I read Wayne's letter from jail to you? And I'd love to have you comment on it, and anyone else who hasn't heard it yet. It'd be good for them to hear. It's titled, "We've Been Attacked. What's the Next Step?" We've been attacked. Now everything depends on how we respond, with courage or with fear. Today, hundreds of animal activists were tear gassed, shot with rubber bullets, and assaulted by dozens of police protecting Ridglan Farms. As I sit in a jail cell, I am feeling some mix of shock from the sudden escalation of violence and guilt for the failure to protect the people I love. Cordial conversations with Sheriff Calvin Barrett convinced me that authorities would respond to our movement with reason. I was wrong. Now we must care for our injured and defend those who are arrested. Leaders like me must be accountable for our decisions and ask forgiveness from those who suffered harm while our movement learns from this moment. Above all, we cannot give up on our purpose. We cannot give up on the dogs. If we stay focused on this purpose, the repression will backfire. The public will see armed men attacking grandmas desperately trying to save dogs, and their conscience will be awakened. That is what's happened in India's struggle for independence, when armed British soldiers attacked peaceful activists, simply attempting to gather salt. It's what happened when civil rights activists were attacked by police dogs in Birmingham in '63. It will happen here too, as long as we don't give up the fight. The brutality of those attacking us will highlight the injustice of a system that uses state violence to defend the torture of innocent dogs. I don't mean to say that this moment will guarantee the scale of change that we saw in the 1960s. There were years of struggle and failure before activists and past movements saw the change they dreamed of. What those activists understood, though, is their sacrifice had purpose. Claudette Colvin, a young Black woman who was arrested 1 year before Rosa Parks, did not spark the historic movement. And the Black community in Montgomery could have responded to Colvin's arrest with withdrawal and fear as state-sponsored lynching spread across the nation. That would have been an understandable response, but they did not respond with fear. Rosa Parks saw the purpose in Colvin's brave acts and instead followed in her footsteps. Parks' courage in the face of repression changed the world. In the face of broken systems, courage is often the only thing that does. So now we animal activists face the same question. We have been attacked, and our friends are hurt and in jail. But the dogs we love are still trapped in cages, and those brave activists' sacred purpose to bring those dogs into freedom and love shines brilliantly through their actions. As I sit in this jail cell, I cannot say with certainty what our next step should be, but what I can say is this: our next step must be taken with courage. Pray for courage, pray for the dogs. That is from Wayne, dictated from his jail cell. I wondered if you had any thoughts about it.
I think it's a beautiful and very effective statement. Wayne's a great leader. Wayne has a tremendous amount of courage, moral clarity, and intelligence. He's a lawyer who understands the law. He's an activist who understands the importance of, finding opportunity in these types of adverse situations. Like going to jail doesn't scare Wayne. And I think people who engage in this kind of work are not scared of what they do in response. As a matter of fact, it's not being scared, it's having the courage is what really engenders fear in the police and fear in the corporate owners of these abusive companies. So I think what Wayne just said is profound, and I think it's going to live forever in the annals of not only the animal rights movement, but the American protest movement historically. And this is just the beginning. I mean, this is day one of this action. There's going to be a lot of other things that come out of this, including potentially some trials that are incredible opportunities to call attention to the torture of these animals and to the broader corruption problems and abuse in this industry. So we're just beginning. And I salute Wayne. I think Wayne is going to go down in history as one of the great leaders of any protest movement in the country. I know a lot of people are like, well, wait a second, this is animals, it's not people. But I want to be very clear again, and I've said this before, in my opinion, there's very little difference between how Chevron abuses indigenous peoples in Ecuador's Amazon and how Ridglan abuses dogs in this facility. They both involve tremendous abuse of the vulnerable who cannot defend themselves, all in the name of profit. So to me, it's all connected. And I think that we need to recognize that the animal rights movement is part of the justice movement in America. It has an important place in it because it's all connected.
Well, just before you go, I'd like to ask you since you've been in this position of being repressed by the courts and by companies and trying to get you to shut up and stop working for justice, what do you say to the people who were there today who might be in jail or might be going to trial? I'm going to trial from my actions on March 15th. So we're going to court in May, and we want to go to trial. We want to bring this to light. I fear that the companies are going to chicken out because they don't want this to go to trial because the discovery will bring too much to light. And I'm wondering what you think about that and what you would recommend how we move forward.
Well, I'll say this. I think, if someone gets arrested, what to do next is a personal decision ultimately. People have all sorts of factors that they have to consider before deciding whether they're going to fight, go to trial, capitulate, bail out. I would advise people, if you really want to rescue these dogs and stop corruption in this industry, to move forward, make them go to trial to get any kind of conviction, and keep fighting through that trial to expose the corruption and the abusive practices that are taking place. Trials are great ways to focus energy and attention on injustice. So, I would encourage people, anyone who's arrested, to just push it as far as they can. I think a lot of these cases, the prosecutors will drop the charges to avoid a trial because it's going to generate so much bad publicity for them. I mean, what prosecutor wants to put someone in jail for trying to rescue a dog who's being tortured? I don't think a jury is going to buy that. So I think the people arrested are, heroes, and I think they're in a very strong position right now to keep pushing this issue any way they can, both inside and outside of court.
Thank you. Those are very powerful words. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here and
Thank you
supporting
to
us.
you. Thanks to you for the work you do. Thanks to everyone involved in this action today. It's impressive. It's going to go down in history as something really significant. We'll see how it plays out over the next few days, weeks, and months. But something significant is happening today in Wisconsin.
Thank you so much, Steve.
Thank you.
That was the environmental and civil rights lawyer, Steve Donziger, who himself has been repressed by corporations and courts for speaking out and fighting for justice. He is a man you should be following and emulating. We have a new clip now to go to. And I hope that you, if you are interested, you can go to savethedogs.io to see, to read Wayne's letter from jail. This is a newer clip here. This is body cam footage. And these are activists outside at the north side, at the trenches. I'm seeing fewer activists now, so I'm wondering how many are still at the site after it's been 5 hours that the activists have been here at Ridglan Farms dealing with, you can see that, that's the trench. That part doesn't have as much, there's some sewage water. These activists have been dealing with the cops for 5 hours, the tear gas and the pepper spray and the rubber bullets and the threats and the arrests. It's windy there, and it's a lot. So kudos to those who are still there. I don't know what this person is doing exactly. In the trench. So that is that along the road you can see, and in the field you can see some activist cars are parked in the field and some are on the road. This was in hopes to be able to drive the Beagles off the property. And the cars in the road were hoping to take them to safe houses and loving homes.
Why didn't they give us masks?
So for those of you just joining, we're at Ridglan Farms in Blue Mounds, Wisconsin. This is a Beagle breeding facility, and 5 hours ago, 1,000 people converged on the property, around the property, trying to get in to release the 2,000 Beagles who are still in there. This was after a March 15th rescue that inspired a lot of these people to travel here to finish the job that March 15th started, which was to remove 31 Beagles from the facility. We were able to get just 22 of them actually to safety. 8 or 9 of them were removed from rescue vans and arms of rescuers and returned to the facility. But that action on March 15th inspired thousands of people to return here and try and rescue the rest of the dogs. Now, Ridglan knew that these activists were coming, and they prepared mightily by digging a trench around Ridglan, reinforcing the gates, reinforcing the doors, putting hay bales up in front of the trenches to try and stop people from getting to the gates and maybe from cars driving to the gates and to the fences. 24/7 security guards have been at the facility for at least the last week. Looks like activists are listening to something. I don't have audio, but somebody's speaking. So there's been a lot of concern from Ridglan about this action, and rightly so, because 1,000 people were coming to their property to rescue the dogs that they are cruelly treating, and they feel, I'm sure Ridglan feels that vulnerable, and they should, because their actions are being exposed to the world. Ridglan requested that the county help them with security, but to the county's credit, the county said, we're not going to help you.
That still has
to their credit, that's an activist, by the way, that looks like he got some tear gas or something in his eyes. That's what the activists have been dealing with for the last 5 hours. So Ridglan has reinforced its property mightily and knew we were coming peacefully. And they hired lots of security guards and the law enforcement from all different areas around showed up. I think there were 200 of them was what we were told were probably going to be there. So, and they blocked off roads and it was a lot. It's a lot. So even if we haven't rescued any beagles, which I haven't seen evidence of that, but it might have happened, we have won because we were nonviolent amidst the law enforcement of Ridglan's violence. And we came for the right cause, which was to rescue the dogs. And if they aren't rescued today, they will be rescued. I don't think a company like Ridglan can undergo this kind of scrutiny for very long. And as Steve Donziger said, it's not going to look good for Ridglan or for the county, or for the law enforcement and the courts, when the footage comes out of what happened today with the law enforcement reacting so violently to peaceful protesters. I applaud everyone who was there today. There was no violence, which was amazing on our part, which was amazing just because there were so many people who'd never gone to an action in their lives and were so emotional about these dogs. And so it's really so impressive that the training that they were given before the action really worked. You saw a lot of people with their hands up, carrying flowers, helping other people who'd been tear gassed or pepper sprayed. And it was just very, very impressive. So it's been actually a great day, a real success for the animal movement, the largest mass open rescue in history anywhere. And even though it didn't look like we rescued the dogs are going to be rescued. I just feel it. And to learn more and to figure out what's going to happen with this story, then go to savethedogs.io and follow Wayne Shung and on his Facebook and Instagram. He's got a Substack also, which is, I think, The Simple Heart. And you can also, please, now, today, you can call the Sheriff's Department, 608-255-2345, and ask them why did they shoot at protesters when they should have been arresting people who own Ridglan and helping save the dogs, not arresting protesters, and protecting the abusers. So if you want to learn more about what the history of Ridglan, you could also look up the Direct Action Everywhere Ridglan Farms footage from 2017. That was the original footage that activists took at the site. And you can also go. We are okay, and we're going to also look for get an idea of what happened just a little bit before the tear gas and pepper spray happened. Well, this looks like not before the tear gas and pepper spray. Sorry, I misspoke. This looks like tear gas and pepper spray footage. This is after activists have been pepper sprayed. So this is footage of the activists an hour or so, maybe a couple hours ago, 2 hours ago, after a lot of tear gas canisters were shot into the crowd. They're in the front of Ridglan, and I think people might not know really what to do right now. It's kind of a standoff. We had the letter from Wayne, but he also said he didn't know what to do next. And so it's hard to know. I hear somebody, people went towards the front gate for a while, but they must be pretty tired. I mean, this has been a day, a really long, exhausting, emotional day for these activists. And hey, for those of you who are just coming to this, this is the Ridglan Beagle rescue that started 5 hours ago. This is footage from the sheriff's department and law enforcement and the guards that Ridgeland Farms, which is a beagle breeding facility, hired because they knew this this action was happening. They've been firing tear gas and pepper spray at the activists, so that's why you see them with goggles on and holding up handkerchiefs to their faces and cleaning out their eyes. This has been a very nonviolent action on our part, but a very violent action on the part of law enforcement. Law enforcement knew that we were coming because this is an open rescue, and part of that was letting them know that it was we were in the right to come and rescue these animals, and that Ridgeland is an illegal operation that has violated hundreds of animal cruelty laws. And so they knew we were coming and they prepared. We prepared too, in that we brought our flowers and we brought our ingenuity, we brought our love for the animals. And you can see here some of them standing on hay bales that have been pushed into the trench. There was a trench that was quite a few hay bales. Wow, that's impressive. There was a trench that was dug and filled with sewage, and that didn't stop the activists clearly. But it's unclear whether any beagles have been saved today. But just because beagles were not actually brought out by activists today does not mean that today is a failure. Today is actually a huge success because the right is on our side. We were nonviolent. We were peaceful. We were loving. We were professional. We were respectful. I think you saw that in all the clips. People trying to talk to the law enforcement, to plead with them, to let us in, to save the dogs. And that is a huge win because optically, it doesn't look good for Ridgeland and law enforcement that they're protecting this place that has so many violations of animal cruelty regulations. And so it looks like to me that you're starting to clean up, pick up all the grenades that were the tear gas grenades that were shot out. And
this was good for a shot. Towel.
Okay, so it looks like they're congregating, trying to decide what to do next in terms of cleaning up and how to continue on. Now, as I was saying, this is still a win because those dogs are going to get out. I'm confident they will. And it might not be today, but it will be soon because the optics are terrible for Ridglan Farms. And what's going on in there is being exposed to more and more people. And the more and more people who know how these dogs are being treated at Ridglan, the more outraged they'll be. And the more they'll be clear that they need to be freed, all of them, and that Ridglan actually needs to shut down. As of now, Ridglan is shutting down on July 1st, but only part of it is shutting down. And the reason that they Ridglan agreed to shut down was because it was trying to avoid animal cruelty charges. And I don't know why the courts didn't mandate that they shut down completely, because they were cruel to every single dog in there. And so keeping some of the dogs just doesn't seem fair to the dogs who remain. But Ridglan's going to be allowed to continue breeding its dogs, and okay, it looks like the activists are now approaching the fence, even though there is a lot of pepper spray and tear gas aimed at them. Somebody on the megaphone is saying we should do anything short of violence to get these dogs out of the torturous way they are living.
You think so?
Yeah, I checked.
Pepper spray in there.
They're moving towards the north fence. This is at the front of the facility, just to the right of the driveway. Okay. This is activist footage, so it's going to be a little rough in the beginning, but we wanted to bring you what was going on at the facility, however messy it may be. Okay, so the activists approached the fence, and it looks like they're doing it in groups, and now the tear gas is coming. Somebody's yelling to get low, that helps. You can hear the coughing even from the videographer.
Watch out, this bell's loose. Yo.
People are getting into the trench to try and avoid the effects of the tear gas. Somebody is asking for water. Clearly they've gotten pepper sprayed or tear gassed pretty directly.
Keep a circle around the Keep a circle around the saw. Sir. Form a circle. Form a circle. Where's the saw? Where's the saw? Okay. Anyone's eyes? Everyone's eyes good? Everyone's eyes good? SWAT at my 5 o'clock.
Okay, everybody. Yeah, so that was a clip of the activists who remain on site at Ridglan Farms after over 5 hours of being there trying to get to the dogs inside. There was an attempt to, they don't talk, they don't, pardon me. Sometimes it's hard for me to be on screen and here, and so I apologize that I'm not a CNN anchor. That was a clip of activists after 5.5 hours being the ones who are the activists who are left talking about trying to breach the gate in a nonviolent defense in a nonviolent manner to try and get to the dogs. Because as of now, we don't think any beagles were able to be released after all this 1,000 activists on site, 200 cops, and we don't think any of the beagles were able to get released. The rushing the gate en masse, the fence en masse didn't seem to work because the tear gas and pepper spray were again used against activists, and it pushed them back. But there are still some activists still on the ground, and what we're hoping is that there will be negotiations to get the dogs out. So even though we didn't get to carry them out today, there is likely to be discussions about getting them out soon. I don't know more than that, but I'm optimistic if we keep up the pressure on the DA of Dane County, who's Ismail Ozan. If you keep calling the sheriff's office at 608-255-2345. If you go to savethedogs.io to learn more about how you can help and pressure the courts and the state regulatory bodies to shut down Ridglan completely and make sure those dogs go to loving homes. So that's really what we have to do. And if you're in Madison, if you're nearby, come to Ridglan Farms in Blue Mounds. We could use more people to keep pressuring Ridglan. Chicago, Milwaukee, Twin Cities, I see you, and we need you. We need you here. Minneapolis, St. Paul, there are people, lots of people who came from other states all around the country. We need you local people to keep the fight going. Minneapolis, St. Paul, follow along for updates on savethedogs.io and sign the petition if you haven't already. Remember to keep pressure on the DA's office, the Dane County DA's office, the Dane County Sheriff's Office. Email, if you can't get there by calling, email. But as much pressure as possible. This today has been a win because the world has seen that peaceful activists can help the dogs, that care about the dogs. 1,000 of them showed up today. It was the largest mass open rescue in the world ever. And the dogs will get out, whether directly or indirectly from this action today. So it was a success. It was also a success because we conducted ourselves with honor and dignity, even confronted by the bullets and the gas canisters of the police and the guards. So we should be very, very proud of ourselves. And if you make a call to Dane County or to the sheriff's office and their voicemail is full, then send an email. Send an email, and I think you can probably find that information on savethedogs.io. But emails will work great too. And call your local television station, make sure that they cover this. And thank you so much to Steve Donziger for coming on, the human rights and environmental attorney, and sharing with us his wisdom and his experience and his opinion that this is an incredibly important mass rescue, and that will have really, really a positive effect on the Ridglan dog situation. We will get those beagles out. And thank you all for watching. We really appreciate it. And remember, it's not over. So please go to savethedogs.io. We also might be back in the next 48 hours. So please continue following. We'll be back live in the next 48 hours. You don't know, because we're not done. And there's a lot to be had to be done for the dogs, since we have not finished it today like we had hoped. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon.